xương sống của cả hai đội SHG và GAM Esports như chúng tôi vừa mới chia sẻ. Khi mà SHG họ có một mảnh ghép mới là Area thì có vẻ như là họ đang thi đấu một cách nó ổn định hơn và vận hành ra hai cánh cũng tốt hơn so với những gì mà họ làm ở mùa trước.
Đội tướng gọi là hai người là y chang nhau luôn. Nhưng mà thực ra thì một phần nào đó thì Ares cũng phải thuận theo chiến thuật của huấn luyện viên Raul đưa ra. Chứ tôi sẽ đánh giá là anh ta cầm những con tướng như là Asia, Ari và Rai nó sẽ hiệu quả hơn rất là nhiều với cái lối đánh chủ động hơn. Còn những cái trận đấu mà Game Shot ban bích á, về mặt cấm và chọn thì rất là hay, nhưng về con tướng và người chơi nó là không hợp. Kiểu những cái trận đấu mà Ares phải cầm Tadia hay là những con tướng phải cầm trịch ở lane như là Oriana, nó khiến cho Ares bị động hơn rất là nhiều trong cái cách triển khai lối chơi của mình.
Còn đây là khu vực đường giữa, ngoài ra chắc là chúng ta cũng sẽ phải nói thêm một chút xíu về khu vực
Alright, hello.
bản đồ, khi mà trong những trận đấu, những ván đấu gần đây thì chúng ta thấy rằng Kiaya, một trong những ngôi nổi chính
Oh my gosh, doomed Dame with the first redeem, that's crazy.
chúng ta sẽ nhắc tới Levi và Kiaya đúng không ạ? Có vẻ như là ở trong mùa này thì Kiaya đang gặp một chút xíu khó khăn với
Had to be in a league game as stream started.
làm
Yeah, well,
quen một cái phong
it's
độ
not like we
mới
track the
trong
firsts
thi đấu mới
anyway,
với GAM
so
Esports. Vì thế mà Kiaya đang thể hiện một phong độ
it's
nó
all good.
Có thể đùa một tí là cảm giác của Kia.
We're starting out with Hawks versus GAM.
Ngày trước là
I would normally say that GAM should just 2-0 this, but actually, the Hawks have taken some games off of teams lately, and GAM has been struggling. Like if we look at week 3, like if we look at the recent weeks here. Where am I scrolling to? I'm dizzy. Okay, yeah, so the Hawks, they beat Vikings and they beat Ground Zero. So like the Hawks actually are doing okay. They're winning some series. And then GAM most recently got 0-2'd by Secret Whales. And they also lost to Vikings. So I don't know. Like I still think GAM should win. But maybe I'm just sleeping on the Hawks too much. Maybe I think the Hawks are worse than they are. We'll see. We'll see if the Hawks are actually a decent team or not. Like I might even predict like a 2-1 in GAM's favor instead of a 2-0.
Họ chỉ phòng thủ thôi. Và với cái lối chơi này thì GAM hoàn toàn có thể có được cái quyền chủ động hơn rất nhiều so với cả Psychopathic. Psychopathic đi đường vừa ghê và đánh giao tranh cũng khủng khiếp, cho nên chỉ cần mất một tí lợi thế là GAM sẽ đi ngay. Còn SHG họ hoàn toàn sẽ rất là bị động và GAM sẽ nắm toàn quyền kiểm soát ở early game.
Ngoài ra thì bên kia cũng xin mời các bạn chúng ta hãy cùng một xíu thời gian để có thể follow cái kênh chính thức của chúng tôi về Liên minh huyền thoại, cụ thể là kênh Facebook Lợi Esports Việt Nam, kênh YouTube Lợi Esports Việt Nam và kênh TikTok Lợi Esports Việt Nam. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều.
Không biết là anh em kỹ thuật hiện cái bản này chắc tầm 5 phút nữa mới vào game đúng
7
không?
phút
7 phút hay 5 phút.
So I'm assuming this guy here must be the main host of the cast because, or not the cast, but like the broadcast team. Because like there's always two people sitting on this couch, and I feel like he is there every single time. It's always him and somebody else. You know what's funny is that I think there's a chance that they've shown this like hype video at the start of every stream, but I don't think I've seen it yet because I wake up late to almost every one of these. Okay, I almost always wake up like in the middle of the 2v2 or after the 2v2 is done. It's a cool video. I like it. I love public transportation. True. What is relove? I see like relove deep cross.
Hãy cùng với chúng tôi hướng mắt về sân khấu chính của LCP Arena để chào đón hai đội tuyển sẽ bắt đầu cho tuần thi đấu thứ tư của chúng ta trong cuộc đối đầu giữa GAM Esports và
So you've seen like 10 different esports intros on subways. There was I think probably the most famous case was Worlds 2017 Anthem, the Worlds 2017 opening song, Phoenix. That was shot on a subway. It's like the first thing that I think of.
Vương tử.
Thiên tử chứ nhỉ? Vương tử hay thiên tử?
Vương tử.
À, tại vì bữa giờ là 3 tuần rồi anh đâu có làm. 3 tuần rồi là anh khác. Cho nên là câu chuyện được trở lại không, hình như là anh làm tuần đầu.
Anh làm tuần đầu.
2 tuần sau là anh khác. Cho tuần này được trở lại năng lượng rất là thừa. Đây, hôm bữa tôi bảo là Rakta không mặc vừa áo của Levi thì cái bạn
So let's see, what do we got going on in the regions?
Bạn bảo là không, anh Levi chỉ thừa chất thôi chứ không.
3 AM, so at 2 hours from now, DRX and Bro play a best of 5 or best of 3.
Không, ai bảo béo đâu, bảo không mặc quần áo thôi mà đúng không? Thì khác sai thôi. Không hỏi béo nha.
And then 3 hours from now, it is NIP versus TT, which is kind of a nothing series. Nothing too crazy happening in the world of LoL esports today, I guess.
Chỉ là bạn ý kiến về câu chuyện là tại sao là hai anh chị lại cười khi mà nói về câu là cái bộ xương sống thôi.
Cái bộ xương sống. Chúng ta ngày hôm nay cũng rất vui à. Mới cắt tóc xong nè. Vui quá nhỉ, giống mình ghi quá à. Hôm nay tôi cũng mới cắt tóc mái xong, em trai tôi cũng mới cắt tóc mái xong rồi. Chồng bố yêu nhau. Đây, huấn luyện viên của cả hai đội, Hockey và Nôn.
Last light of the LJL versus Legacy of the VCS.
Khi mà đây là cựu huấn luyện viên của PSG, chúng ta thấy rằng ở trong mùa giải này một lần nữa
doing God's work to make this series hype as fuck.
Có những cái kế hoạch để có thể thay đổi được cái lối đánh cũng như là cái góc nhìn chiến thuật của PSG, và tôi nghĩ rằng Hockey đang làm tốt.
Yeah, I guess like the main thing for me watching the series is that
kết quả nó sẽ
Hawks have looked a little bit better than I thought they would, and GAM's looked a little bit worse than I thought they would, so I'm curious to see if Hawks can actually beat GAM or not. I still wouldn't predict it, but I guess if GAM end up losing today, I wouldn't be too shocked. Like, I would be like a little bit shocked, but I wouldn't be like freaking out shocked.
Tôi thích phong cách GAM ở thời điểm hiện tại. Ngày trước thì thắng quốc đội, thua mấy đội bên ngoài. Bây giờ gọi là thương anh em và tàn ác.
Anh cả của VZ.
Nói chung là vẫn xứng đáng danh anh cả đấy. Bây giờ là lấy điểm của kẻ ngoài chia cho anh em. Cũng không hẳn là người giàu, nhưng mà được cái là thương anh em. Xứng đáng là anh cả. Hiện
tại thì GAM Esports họ đã thi đấu qua 5 trận, đây sẽ là trận thứ 6 của họ. Họ có 2 thất bại, giống như là anh Thi vừa mới chia sẻ, cả 2 thất bại của họ.
You know, I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised that these teams are having their supports do the 2v2s. Usually I think of supports as having worse mechanics than other players on the team.
Bây giờ là GAM còn trận này với HG và một trận với Deep Cross Gaming nữa.
Maybe they just have like a bot duo prepared this time since GAM are running their bot lane. Like in the past, GAM would run Drakthar.
Đánh 7 trận đúng không?
Yeah, 7 trận.
They've been rooting for Hawks for the past 3 years, went through the highs of their miracle run in 24 and the slump in 25. I'm still shocked that they qualified for Worlds 2024. That was... My brain still cannot comprehend that they ran the PCS gauntlet. Because that was back when PCS had good teams. Like, that was before some of the key PCS players retired.
Giới hạn không mấy con tướng mà cấm nữa thì chết.
Em nhớ mọi khi có chừng 24 con sao? Cũng không nhiều. họ ban Varus và ban Silas đến từ phía SHG. Còn phía GAM Esports, Yurick và Darius đúng không anh?
Có vẻ là hơi nghiêm túc đến từ hai đội đấy. Đang rất muốn lấy được cái quyền chọn bên hoặc là chọn pick. Artemis chọn Lissandra cũng không phải là một vị tướng solo khỏe nữa. Nhưng vấn đề của Lissandra nó có khống chế và nó có đẩy đường.
Hai băng tộc.
Sejot này. Bây giờ kích thêm Sejuni là có Sejot dựng giữa cọc băng.
Đây băng hỏa rồi.
Đây là vô đồ về binh. Tôi thì cũng vừa nghiên cứu cho nên tôi cũng biết được tí. Nhưng mà
Lissandra Pike, okay.
Hai bên thì cũng chưa kích được cái gì cả.
You know, Ash Rumble is a stable combo. That was one of the strongest laning 2v2 bot lanes back in 2024 summer. Well, maybe it wasn't summer, maybe it was spring, but it was back in 2024. Ash Rumble was a bot lane combo. But I haven't seen much of this Lissandra Pike. I'm interested to see what it looks like. I say as if I'm interested in seeing what any of these 2v2s look like.
Để cố định lại và sau đó Pai sẽ sử dụng cái đâm thấu xương kết hợp với cả cái
double cleanse. Flash cleanse on both the Ashe and the Rumble. I guess I get it because Lissandra has CC, but at the same time, I feel like you would do better with combat summoners.
Hầm bộ hàng băng này chắc tự dùng là bản thân. Dành cho Artemis thì cũng được.
Dùng cái đam cũng được mà.
Like an exhaust barrier would probably do more for them in an all-in.
Phải được dập cốt, chạy thôi. Mình bây giờ mình
chơi luôn.
Được. Đối phương có DPS, tụi mình không có DPS, mình chơi xong rồi chạy thôi.
Mất tí rồi chạy.
Lại lặn đúng.
Because as long as GAM think about it and they don't commit to any super long trades, where they're like fully committing everything just for their shit to get cleansed, then they should be pretty happy with their combat spell advantage.
Nấp sâu lính. Nhưng mà thú vị vào vai là bị tốc biến lên. Sử dụng W.
Alright, we got the cleanse value right there. Cleansing the ignite, big.
Rất mỏng và khả năng cơ động thì không có. Chỉ cần họ có thể khống chế được vào tiếng này là họ có khả năng dồn đam và chấm dứt mục tiêu một cách rất là nhanh, bên kia không có gì để chạy hết.
Thật ra là pha đó Văn một đánh láo đấy. Văn một nghĩ là bên kia chưa có gì cả. Và đây cũng là sân nhà mình, tự nhiên lấy con Ash đi vào check bụi tôi cũng chịu rồi, không phải con Rumble mà là con Ash. Và ngay lập tức là Artemis thấy được cơ hội lao thẳng lên Odin.
Chưa có cấp 6 luôn mà họ đã làm được chuyện đó rồi. Bây giờ cầm hai cái chiêu cuối ra thì sao mà chơi.
Mất thanh tẩy nữa nè, cấp 6 là va thôi, gì đâu căng.
You sure offline chat earlier to format a copy fast. I did see it, yeah.
Xong rồi bung cái hầm bộ hàng băng là xong rồi. Tí nữa.
But you didn't respond to my buh. I completed the quest.
Ép cái tốc biến của con Ash trước cũng được nữa.
And you just ignored me.
Thế rất là khó. Bây giờ GAM Esports chỉ cần cứ nhắm vào Ash.
I completed the quest like 20 minutes before I started stream. But there was no quest completion message. I feel robbed.
Tiếp tục đang muốn tấn công. Tốc biến kéo ngược trở về. Ép tốc biến đối phương lại đi rồi. Làm sao xong, mất tốc biến, mất cả thanh tẩy rồi. Bị vòng tròn lại nhảy dừng lại, đánh thương là win. Quá dễ với GAM.
Rất dễ đúng không ạ? Mà hồi nãy là con Ash mà chọn thứ 3 đó ta, hay là chọn thứ 4 ta? Con Ash là họ chọn đầu tiên. Khó quá anh Thiền ha. Xin chúc mừng GAM Esports là đội có được chiến thắng ở trong phần.
There's a whole 5 people in the crowd. Yeah, the LCP arena doesn't really have too many spots. There's like, I think there's only like 40 seats in there.
Hình như tôi nhìn được second pick phải. Họ chọn team đỏ.
And the matchups today also aren't insane matchups. Hawks versus GAM, Deep Cross versus DFM. Did Griffin respond to your DM? Yes and no. So Griffin responded to my DM, but it was after somebody else in my community went to Griffin's stream and told him to look. Fyodor, thanks for the... Oh wait, no. Zangar, thanks for the gift sub to Fyodor. Serious prediction? I've tussled around with it in my head, and I'm actually going to say GAM 2-1 Hawks. I would normally go 2-0, but I feel like GAM has been in a slump, and the Hawks have actually won a couple of series lately. So... I'm down for Hawks to make it competitive today.
Tôi đang để ý là GAM Esports trao đổi gì với trọng tài mà họ vỗ tay, họ cười, họ kiểu naun kiểu thế à, họ thật.
Thought about asking one of the past few days. What was the answer? He said that he went a Ruby Crystal on his first base because he viewed the 150 health as being valuable for his first Raptors invade. He said that the Ruby Crystal would be OP for the first invade. But he had no intention of building a tank item first, or like building an item with health first. He was just going to sit on the Ruby Crystal till the second item.
Sẵn tiện đây không biết là các đội tuyển VZ có
ai
đội nào
cần dịch viên không hả?
cần học tiếng Trung không thì Minh Nghi mở lớp nhá.
So basically everybody was wrong.
Xong rồi họ kêu tôi dạy họ tên của mấy vị tướng mà tiếng Trung tôi xỉu liền. Tôi té xỉu luôn.
Sao thử đọc vài con tướng nghe nó thú vị không?
Tức là họ không có dùng phiên âm như mình ấy. Mình dùng tiếng Anh nó dùng Ari, nhưng mà họ lại dùng của
Alright, we are into draft.
Ví dụ con Yasuo thì phiên âm ra lấy gì?
Em chẳng biết.
Rồi đến ngay với cắm vào chọn luôn.
Cái gì hình như phong kiếm hay gì á.
I do find it kind of funny that we are still just perma-banning Nocturne against like every VCS team. It doesn't matter who the VCS jungler is. It could be Levi, it could be Histo, it could be Drakthar. Just ban Nocturne. Just ban Nocturne 1 through 3. It's OP. VCS Nocturne is too strong. Null didn't leave Jace open. What's happening? He's beginning to believe. He's beginning to understand. Also, Van has played Jace before, so maybe Null just didn't ban Jace because he wasn't expecting the last jungler that he went up against to lock it in. I guess like he didn't think his could play it. And Rumble ban. Okay, so Rumble, Orianna ban, Varus, Jace. So what are Hawks looking for in a Azir first pick then? If it doesn't get banned, or is that what they're thinking?
Volibear của Pool thì bị sờ gáy rồi, Pool đánh bữa giờ bá quá. Nhưng đó vẫn là một con tướng rất mạnh ở đường đơn và thậm chí là đi rừng.
So there's the Azir ban, so I'm curious to see what they first pick here. Because that's like most of the... That's all of the OP first picks out. So we're looking at like maybe like Ryze, Talia at this point. Jarvan first pick, sure. I feel like I always forget Jarvan exists. Jarvan is just like a champion that's never on my radar. Not that I think it's a be-winnable champion or anything, but a lot of teams like to pick it in game 1 and I just like constantly forget it exists because I think it's a pretty underwhelming pick normally. Jarvan is basically just like weaker but more flexible Malphite. It's like, is all I view it as. And the response is going to be the Ryze Yunara. So lots of lanes you can go against the Yunara to punish it, but not if... I mean, like, GAM do have red side, so you can't really fully commit to punishing Yunara because GAM could always hold their support pick till 5. So we're going to go Jarvan, Talia. So we're going to Talia, handshake into Ryze, not going to go for any of the super crazy counters, just going to play for the comp. That's Mr. 4 to you, okay, yeah. I thought that's what they called Jin.
Harry sẽ đưa ra câu trả lời gì? Có thể đây sẽ là một cái lựa chọn
Cassante luôn.
Honestly, you could even go like Sion here on 3 if you wanted to. They'll just go Cassante. Okay. That's interesting because now that Cassante's out, I feel like Galio, or not Galio, I feel like Rumble becomes stronger for game 2. They're on last patch. Well, didn't the patch release literally yesterday? So I guess it's fine that they're behind. And the Gnar counterpick. So GAM are really playing hard for side lanes. Gnar's gonna have a really good side lane. Ryze is gonna have a really good side lane. But the question is how good will their team fight be? Let's say Cassante has 3 wins, 12 losses. Let's find out. Let's see. Yes, 3 wins, 12 losses. Yikes. I mean, listen, I've been a turbo Cassante hater. Like, hater in the sense that, like, I think Cassante is weaker than teams believe he is for over a year now, so If Kasante's never going to win any game, then I'm down, you know?
Rồi, chúng ta không cần phải cấm Lulu nữa. Dạ biết rồi đấy.
I don't believe that blind Kasante can be any better than blind Sion.
Con này hay, tại vì bữa giờ anh em VC biết Wukong là thua. Tôi không thích con này là. Đây là một trong những con tôi để vào danh sách đen luôn rồi. Không phù hợp với lối đánh
Okay,
của anh em
Wukong
VC.
ban. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. You would want primary engage for the Rise and the Gnar if you were to 5v5.
Một vị tướng follow up theo tốt, dễ kết hợp.
That Kai'Sa ban is probably for Kai'Sa and Nico. I wonder if GAM are looking for Yunara Lulu here, and if Hawks would want to ban it. If you go Lulu with a Gnar and a Rise, you probably definitely want a primary engage jungler though, which there's not really many options. I guess you could go like Kiana, I guess. Alternatively, you could just pick any other jungler and then just play side lanes instead. Say, okay, we're not going to team fight with the Rise Pantheon, but yeah, Hawks just banning out more engaged junglers. They perceive that GAM needs engaged junglers to play the game. So yeah, Vi would make sense. Viego, Draktar's good at Viego, but it's not the easiest Viego game in the world, I don't think. Because Viego really likes it if other people are going first. Okay, Lee Sin. Yeah, I mean, it does a little bit more for the comp than Viego does. Sejuani wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I guess Sejuani would be okay. I think people just don't perceive tank junglers as being insane right now. Like if GAM goes Sejuani, then I don't know, Hawks could maybe go like a Sivir comp or something.
Có kỳ là chọn khá dễ giá gì hiện tại khi có khá là nhiều những cái vị tướng.
Yeah, I think Sejuani could have been decent. That's not really Draktar style though. Draktar plays a lot of carries. And then, so we're gonna go Yunara Lulu last. Okay, so I do think when the dust settled that GAM still has a slight setup problem. Like, if they're gonna play the game, they have to play their side lane, I think. I don't think they win 5v5 with these champions. Because Rise of Yunara can pump... Okay, that actually I'm happier with. The Nautilus. It gives them more options. Like, Lulu's gonna be better for the lane phase, but if you can attempt to lose lane gracefully with Yunara, then the Nautilus will do more for your comp later. It gives you somebody who can finally go in first. Because like Gnar, Rise, and Lee Sin would all like somebody else on the team to go first to start the chaos, and then they can like play off of the chaos. But the way that the comp is looking before, if you go Lulu, the only person who can go first is Lee Sin, really. And that's not ever going to be good, so you would rather just plant your Gnar and your Rise on side lanes and let them do work instead. Just admit that you have a losing 5v5. But this way they actually can contest 5v5 depending on what the game looks like. You know what, Null? Not bad today, not bad for the game one. Put your trust in Evi's Kasante. Yeah, that is another like read that I'm wondering about teams from like when they're playing against Hawks, is that I personally think that Evi's best champ by far is Kasante. So I'm wondering, like, if you just ban the Kasante, he becomes a worse player. So I feel like there should be some teams who want to ban it against him more often, or they want to like blind it against him, because I don't think Evi's the type of player who's got Giga Kasante counter picks in his back pocket. So I mean, like, if you know that he's gonna go Kasante and you want to go Gnar, then that's fine as well. But yeah, I feel like Evi's gotten, for it being his best champion, I feel like Evi's gotten Kasante way too many times this split, one way or the other. Like, for example, against the Hawks, I think you can never go blind Rumble. Because Evi's just going to pick Kasante, he's going to be happy in the matchup, and then you gave him his best champion. It's like, alright, neat. But this is fine. Like, if you're gonna have Evi blind to the Kasante and you have a counter pick, then that's okay. And I trust Kiaya as a player. Like, on the Gnar, I think that Kiaya can play out these counter matchups pretty well if he doesn't get, like, cheese ganked or something. I would say overall I would actually rather be GAM's comp. It's very... up in the air, because I do think that Hawks' 5v5 is going to be a bit better. But GAM have a lot of tools to win the game. They have good lanes that they're happy with. They have really good side lanes. They have the ability to 5v5 if they outplay the opponent. So yeah, I'm okay with GAM's draft. Who do you think will make playoffs between Hawks and Vikings? If we end up in that world where Hawks and Vikings have to play a series to determine who makes playoffs, I would go Vikings to win that. I think the Vikings early games are too good for Hawks. Because Hawks are not a very clean mid-late game team. So even though the Vikings aren't clean either, it's like I don't think that the Hawks will be able to punish Vikings hard enough. You've only watched a few series of LCP. Who's good and who is bad? Okay, so there are 5 teams that you could consider anywhere from like decent to good. Those teams in no particular order are Deep Cross, Secret Whales, Vikings, GAM. Wait, I'm trolling. Why am I just forgetting the 5th team? Oh, here, we can work backwards. The teams that I wouldn't put in there are Ground Zero, Hawks, and DFM. So who's the 5th team that I'm missing? I'm not looking at chat. I'm gonna bug this out. Okay. So CFO, that's the other team. CFO. How could I fucking forget CFO? Okay, yeah. I think those are kind of like, you have like a clear top 5 at the moment. But then it depends, because GAM... Oh, okay, Taki. He just hooked himself into the turret. But yeah, I think we're maybe getting to a point where there's more of a clear top group of, like, I think CFO started off the split pretty rough, but they've been looking better. So maybe I would say at this point there's like a top 3 of Deep Cross, CFO, and Secret Whales would be your top 3. And then after that you have a middle group of GAM, Vikings, Hawks, and Ground Zero, and then at the bottom, kind of alone, would be DFM. That's what I would say, maybe. No clear top 1. Nope. No clear top 1. Every one of those decent teams is capable of beating every other team in the region so far. I think Deep Cross and Secret Whales are very similar in the sense that they have the ability to play very strong games, but they're also very throw-prone teams. Whereas CFO, to me, hasn't really shown me the same highs. At least like on an individual player level, they haven't shown me the same highs, but they seem like a more consistent team. Any surprising players? I don't know if I would call it surprising, because people told me that he was going to be good, and I did not believe them. But I would say that I've been really liking watching Florin play, the top laner for Deep Cross. Feels like Florin's one of those players who just has the special sauce. He can step up and carry games. He's a big-time clutch player.
Khi mà mình sẽ rất là dễ để có thể bị dứt điểm, hồi máu đã không còn trên người của chính bản thân người ta nữa. Chính vì vậy mà khu vực đường dưới, về mặt lý thuyết là ban đầu Nautilus với lại Yunana sẽ cần một tí xíu khó khăn, đúng không? Nhưng tôi cảm giác ở trong giai đoạn sắp tới sẽ không có chuyện đó, và quan trọng hơn hết là cái thế đánh này đến từ bên phía Gasport vẫn sẽ sẵn sàng ở trong nhịp 2. Vista đã không còn hồi máu, ta vẫn còn tốc biến. Nếu như ta bị câu thêm những cái
Who's the most attractive player in LCP? Oh, it's Ares on GAM. GAM's mid laner. Not even close. Next question. Easiest answer of my life.
Nhưng bên kia cũng có Van 1 ở đây sẵn sàng hỗ trợ. Con rồng nước này, Docta liệu phát hiện được không đây? Vẫn chưa phát hiện, bây giờ đã phát hiện được vị trí của Van 1 rồi. Với việc là đường dưới đẩy, đường giữa cũng đang có mặt của Ares thì chắc chắn tiếp tục sẽ là cua thuộc về Docta.
Okay, so basically for this game state, it's like we should be expecting Nara to have a little bit of a lead top. The Lee Sin and the Jarvan can kind of trade a bit, that's all expected. Generally, Talia is going to be fine against Ryzen lane. And they'll just like ping pong push back and forth. But the main thing that we're kind of like looking at is that if the Hawks can't find a way to break the Ryze or the Gnar in lane phase, and you get these champions to like, for Ryze the biggest breakpoint is 3 items. for Gnar, he's kind of already at the break point. Like for Gnar, rushing tier 2 boost is really big for him. Getting level 9 and maxing out his Q cooldown is really big for him. So we're kind of getting to the point where if Hawks can't find a way to make their solo laners comfortable, GAM will win out on side lane. Like GAM will have a lot of tools to play side lane and like push in waves deep and go for kill pressure. And then the game will become very awkward for Hawks, and they'll just have to hope that like GAM's tempo is desync and stuff. So in this specific game state, I would be incredibly happy if I was GAM. I would be very happy with the game state right now. What about LPL? Are you asking LPL standings or most attractive player in LPL? Because I'd have to think more about that, because LPL's got like, they've got like 70 players. Shit, I'd have to lock in for that one, you know? The only reason why it's easy for LCP is because Ares is just like disproportionately attractive. Like he is just like a very attractive dude.
Lượng máu của Taki bây giờ không còn nhiều nên đường dưới sẽ gặp một chút khó khăn đến từ Artemis, nhưng anh ta vẫn quay trở lại bắn thẳng vào đầu của Mapo. Số tự tin là còn đến từ Artemis khi mà Dakta luôn luôn có mặt ẩn ở dưới bản đồ. Van 1 đã có mặt ở đây. Hà soi sáng phát hiện ra được vị trí của đó là Van 1 chưa đây? Câu trả lời là có khi đã sống bãi chim rồi. Đang muốn cướp lại combo đỏ này đến từ Dakta. Gọi
Top 20 attractive players by role, yeah.
Nhưng Taki chưa có mặt.
I feel like I would get more hate for that video than any of my analysis videos. Drakthar is kind of insane to go for this, by the way. Like, I guess he's got, like, Rise Realm Warp, but, like, you have Talia ult as well. I don't know. It's just kind of an insane invade. Viper speaks 3 languages, and he is so good. I would marry him immediately. Does Viper speak English? What's the third language? Like Korean, Chinese? What's the third language? He does speak English? Okay. Does he like speak good enough English that he could play on an English team, or does he just speak it well enough that he can do some interviews? Which is why they lost at Worlds. Ah, yes. See, but wouldn't the English and the Chinese just cancel out, and then it's like Viper becomes only Korean at Worlds? Or...
Và cái thế này vẫn là một cái thế bên phía Gasport vẫn đang khá tự tin. Vista đang di chuyển vào để lấy thêm lượng tầm nhìn, số lượng người đến từ bên phía Gasport vẫn đang đông hơn. Rất tha chủ động sút về.
Okay, the kick. Let's see if anything happens here. I don't think anything is gonna happen here. Yeah, so we just traded Lee Sin Flash ult for Bard ult. That's not great. I mean, it was a good Bard ult. Honestly, Vista's Bard, not bad. Vista played another game of Bard where he was smurfing. Which normally is like a crazy thing, because minor region, sorry, not minor region, like not LCK and LPL bards are usually pretty bad. There's like a few good Western bards, but most Western supports cannot play bard, and most LCP supports can also not play bard. So Vista's bard is probably, if you remove LPL and LCK from the pool, Vista's bard might be like top 5. You know?
Bên phía của Super Carbine họ đang cố gắng hy sinh cái khoảng thời gian hoàn thành nhiệm vụ để hỗ trợ dành cho tất cả các đường. Ví dụ rất là lớn đó là LP của mình từ nãy giờ chúng ta để ý là anh ta khó nhìn mặt lính quá, cứ lên tác động lính là anh ta bị tác động. Chính vì vậy mà anh ta quyết định là hy sinh trong khoảng thời gian này cùng với lại Mapo.
And Scuttle, true, but they had the Scuttle before they made the play. They got the Scuttle and then Drakthar looked for more.
Anh ta thua lính nhiều quá, và khi anh ta xuống dưới xong thì anh ta đã có thể rút ngắn một khoảng cách nhất định. Điều này giúp cho con Cassandra bên trên cũng bớt đi một phần nào đó sự khó khăn. Anh ta bắt đầu có những lượng giáp nhất định, có lượng chống chịu sát thương vật lý nhất định, giúp cho anh chàng này có được cái mức độ ít nhất là trụ đường ở trong những giai đoạn mà liên tục bị tác động vật lý đến từ cái xẻ tay của Kia.
Và chưa kể đến là anh ta còn ép cho Artemis mất tầm khoảng là nửa quay lính. Khi mà có những tình huống ép tốt, bây giờ thì AB đã có
Not league related, but you've been looking up some loop station. Should I show loop station in between games? If I just started like showing random hyperfixation, random non-league related hyperfixations in between games, do you think people would fuck with that? There's only one YouTube channel that has any official videos. Yeah, there's a channel called Swiss Beatbox that hosts the majority of Loop Station tournaments. But also Swiss Beatbox doesn't allow people to watch their videos on stream. Otherwise, they will copyright my channel and get my stream terminated instantly on the spot. I've seen it happen in real time. I've seen people attempt to watch Swiss Beatbox videos on their stream, and within 3 minutes, their stream is hunted down and they have a copyright strike. It's crazy. Okay, nice Nautilus hook. Honestly, I'm kind of wondering why Hawks were here. It looked like GAM's bot lane just had first move. Okay, here's something that you guys have to understand about me in League. Because, like, sometimes it'll feel like I'm not talking about the game when something is actively happening in the game. That's like very, very dependent on the result. If I'm talking about anything that's not the game, my eyes stop working. Like my eyes are still viewing the game, but like I'm not processing any information. But yeah, I mean, this just looks like Hawks tried to fight for Scuttle Crab and GAM's bot lane at first move, so they collapsed faster. But yeah, if I start talking about Loop Station, or about other players or other teams or something, everything I'm seeing on screen will just not actually go to my brain. Looks like Taki is cheating. No, that's just the Nautilus hook hitbox. Nautilus's hook has two different hitboxes. It has a wall hitbox, which goes the long way, and then it has a champion hitbox, which goes the wide way. So when he throws out the hook, it looks like he's throwing it the long way, but it's the wide hitbox anyway. Man, this Drakthar guy kind of has a little bit of inspired syndrome. The objective spawns, he just walks up to it and starts hitting it. Now, usually when Inspired does it, he will also stand in such a way that he can pull off when the enemy team shows up, but yeah, Drakthar likes to slap objectives that have just spawned and just see what happens. And that time, it was not happening. What do you think about all of the tank supports rushing Protoplasm? I used to not like it, because I think that fundamentally, unless you have other built-in tankiness in your kit, it doesn't make sense to go an item that gives you regen at low health, because you'll just get one shot anyway. So like if I saw champions like Nautilus or Rel rushing it, I would dislike it. But then I would like it on champions like Leona or Alistar who have built-in tankiness. So that was my initial opinion of it. And then I looked at the item, and I didn't realize it gave that much fucking health. Like, that item gives a disgusting amount of health for the cost. And so now maybe it's just like worth rushing, because it's like cheap and it gives a lot of health. So maybe it is just the best item. Dude, Taki's been popping off. He's been throwing some good hooks this game so far. What happened to Bandle Pipes Cassante? They nerfed it. So the Bandle Pipes used to cost 2,000, and that was when it was super broken. Everybody would buy it, and then they nerfed it to make it cost 2,300. So it's not really rushed on non-supports anymore. Gives 200 health and regen stars. But yeah, basically it's just the item gave better stats than I thought it did. So I'm a little bit more okay with the rush. I still think that fundamentally it doesn't make sense to rush it on a champion that is a tank just because they're a tank. Because I feel like if you're a tank at 30% health and you have no innate tankiness in your kit, you'll still just die before you get the regen value. But like a champion like Alistar or Leona, they will get the full regen value because like Leona has her W and Alistar has his ult, so they will always find value from it. But like Nautilus having it in this game, it's like I'm not a massive fan. I still have to wonder if you would get more value for your team if you just went lock it.
Sẽ giúp cho bên phía của GAM Esports sẽ càng khỏe theo thời gian dựa trên nguồn sát thương trưởng đến từ Ares. Đây chúng ta xem đây là những tình huống 2 đến 3 đến từ Taki và Ares. Họ đã có những tình huống nhấp nhả quá tốt, nó khiến cho bên phía của số bạn của mình mém tí nữa thôi.
I mean, listen, my eternal hot take is that I'm low key still on the engaged support Zhonya's hype train. I don't know if people remember this from how long ago was it? Maybe like 2021. It was a really long time ago. There was like a phase where LPL supports would rush Zhonya's. They would go like Zhonya's Nautilus, Zhonya's Leona, and the logic was that if your plan is to go in and die anyway, if you have Zhonya's, you can go in, use your engage spells, Zhonya's before you're gonna die, and then before you die, you can get off a second rotation of spells. And then the way that the supports viewed it back then, it was like only LPL, they would just view it as like getting off a second rotation of spells is more important than anything else. And like low key, that's based, you know. I can respect that. The reason why it's like not good anymore is because the build path for Zhonya's is terrible. The fact that you have to slot in a needlessly large rod as a support feels miserable. And also, Seeker's Arm Guard is not as good of a component for supports as Stopwatch was. All of that said though, if I ever see a support rush Zhonya's in a pro game, I'm gonna be like, based. Based as fuck, I respect it, you know? GAM are like kind of losing the game for no reason. I can understand why they're fighting, because, you know, it's Soul Point Drake and whatever, but chasing is a little bit... Like, first of all, chasing is just bad, because you almost never want to be the team that's like running after another team. But the other thing is that I think that Hawk's team fight is better than GAM's team fight. So I don't think that GAM should be trying to go for straight up 5v5s. They should be playing through side lane advantage, but now we're running into an issue where Hawks actually have a lead and they can actually play the game. Like, this is fine, I guess. Taki, if he hooked a little bit faster, maybe they could have turned that into a kill, but I think that taking this Bard portal this is insane to me. And then, yeah, Vista's Bard ult was pretty nice. And now we're just trying to play into like Talia disengage and stuff like that. It's it can't be good. Did you see AL versus Weibo from yesterday? No, I did not. I've been chronically behind on LCK and LPL. I did finally watch Genji versus HLE today, which I have not updated on my spreadsheet yet. I should do that. Yeah, I finally watched HLE versus Genji, and the conclusion that I reached is that the series was actually closer than what the discourse made it out to be. I was surprised that HLE had stable positions in like all three mid games. Like, based on the way that people were talking about it, I thought that HLE just got like giga stomped in all three games, but they really didn't.
Van 1 anh ta đã hoàn thành cho mình một cái rìu đen ở món chơi thứ hai, còn với Dakta anh ta mới chỉ có giày thủy ngân cùng với đó là một cái giáo thiên ly trên người của mình.
AL versus Weibo was your favorite series of the year so far. All right, that's big praise. I mean, so this is what I was thinking, okay? I am super out of date for LPL. Like, I'm probably like 2 weeks behind on LPL or some shit. But what I wanted to do was that I wanted to watch every single series that was between the top 4 teams. So between BLG, AL, JDG, Weibo, I was going to watch all of the series where they played against each other. Because I think that it could be, depending on how the series play out, like if I think there's enough material for it, I think it could be fun to make a video about how we're 4 weeks into LPL and we have no idea who the top team is.
Trên này cũng đang thuộc kiểm soát các thành viên của LG. Ở kìa có một cái kit hút rồi, Đắc lao vào, 6 thành công bằng người đối phương hộ thể lui về, mất không gian né tốt này. Nhưng sau đó ngục cổ ngữ thành công, móc nếu thành công, Đắc bắt được vị trí của bàn 1 rồi. Lợi thế về người thuộc về cho GAM Esports nhưng bóng số đang là Evi. Evi đang là mục tiêu. Evi mở đường lao vào, quáng chơi không máu vào người Ares nhưng Ares thả diều có chịu quá. Thủy lên từ nhà vào người đối phương.
This is an insane flank from Evi.
Sẽ phải nằm xuống trước sát tường của Taki. Baron mở ra cho GAM Esports khi đối phương không còn người trên đi rừng.
Cũng là mở đường nhưng mà mở đường về với vẻ đá cổ. Một pha lỗi dịch chuyển hoàn toàn vào một tình huống bất kỳ kích trước mặt của bên phía GAM Esports đã mở ra một pha giao tranh cực kỳ.
I want to see a replay of that. I honestly wasn't paying too close attention to what Hawks' setup looked like.
Chuyên môn khi mà GAM Esports họ đã chủ động tấn công, họ nhận ra vấn đề là đối phương đang đợi đếm thời gian đó họ chiêu, còn trong đó chiêu của họ còn này, họ chủ động giao tranh, họ tổ chức một tình huống đánh vây bắt được vào chỗ của Savan, và khi không còn Savan, không cùng Casante, tiến sâu đến từ Shopbank có mình cho tiền, họ cũng không dám lao vào. Chúng ta xem là tình huống giao tranh này, Van một lỗ mất là anh ta mất cái cắm cờ trước mặt của Rakta và anh ta
Oh, so Van just took the flag. He took the flag and got one shot. All right.
Trong khoảng thời gian cái kỳ kích nó đang đợi hồi lại, và khi kỳ kích đến từ Van một hồi lại là anh ta đã quá ít máu rồi.
And then Evi's just on like crazy TP flank, but he can't really do anything because his jungler ran it down. Like it's bad for Evi to be here, but honestly, there's not really much he could have done other than not blow his flash. Like maybe he should have tried to like run up, and then if they try to chase him, he could flash so that way he could get an ult angle to like go to the other side of the Baron pit, and then maybe he can get out. But like honestly, he probably just shouldn't flash at that point. He should probably just die.
Với bùa lại Baron thì họ sẽ khá thoải mái trong cái việc tạo ra được cái nhịp ở hai bên cánh dựa trên bộ tướng họ đang sở hữu. Một Na vẫn đang là kèo tay dài, xong lại Casante cộng kèm một Ryan.
You know what? Both supports have been playing well this game. I think both Vista and Taki have looked pretty solid.
Lấy thêm những lớp kiên, nâng cấp thêm lượng tiền, tạo ra thế chủ động, di chuyển cao. Và quan trọng hơn hết là ở trong giai đoạn sắp tới, khi mà trụ thứ hai khu vực đường dưới nó đang liên tục bị uy hiếp như thế này và trụ thứ hai khu vực đường dưới cũng đang rất ít máu, GAM được quyền cắm mắt vào phần sân của đối phương và từ đó kiểm soát được cái thế di chuyển ra, ép cho bên phía của số bàn Hawks phải đánh trong thế gap nếu như họ muốn.
I genuinely think that if you got a better import jungler on Hawks, they could be a decent team.
Đường giữa thì Atomis, anh ta bắt đầu vào trụ của đối thủ rồi. Đường dưới, đường trên cũng là như thế, một thế 1-3-1 đến từ GAM Esports.
But I haven't been too impressed with Van.
Và đây là một con Na tí nị sẽ cần có thời gian chơi không máu lao vào người đối phương đang muốn Oni đến từ Evi. Kia chỉ là ra Na tí nị nhưng anh ta nhảy về thành công. Có bước chân tốc cuống thả diều đối phương, thần khiếu Tofo đã hút rồi, có dạng Na khổng lồ chiếu cuối, khống chế và Evi ném đá giấu tay một nhịp. Nhưng Evi và Kia chỉ là những pha trao đổi chiêu thức thôi. Đường giữa đang có trụ dành cho Artemis và con rồng đang hướng tới dành cho GAM Esports.
Quá đơn giản, có trụ hai khu vực đường giữa làm sao bên phía của bên họ có thể chạy ra khu vực hang động được, họ cực kỳ khó. Đúng một pha gượng ép và sau đó số bạn đã phải trả một giá vô cùng đắt đỏ, lượng tiền đến từ bên phía GAM Esports bắt đầu có một vài sự nhỉnh nhẹ, nhưng quan trọng hết là cái thế trận mà họ kiểm soát. Càng về sau Ares cứ việc đẩy, còn trong đó Arian ta đang lên trang bị mang thiên hướng hiệu ứng phụ đồng đội của mình nhiều hơn, anh ta đang chuẩn bị chuyển sang cái khả năng gây sát thương rồi, nhưng cảm giác ở trong dạng này nếu như mà đẩy đua với lại Ares tôi cảm giác sẽ tương đối khó cho anh chàng này đấy.
Okay, but once again, this game is kind of reinforcing my LCP hypothesis of why LCP can sometimes just beat Western teams. Because in this game so far, pretty much every single time the game has been progressed outside of what you would normally expect is if a team is throwing. Like you have Drakthar was like overplayed a couple of times on Lee Sin, yet GAM getting like good chunk on the Jarvan, but then taking in the Bard portal and all dying. Then like for Hawks you have Van taking in his flag and getting one shot. It's like the games are getting progressed through only mistakes, but the mechanics are very good. Like Draktar's Lee Sin mechanics have clearly been very clean. We know Kiaya is a strong mechanical player. Like both supports have been popping off, both supports have been using their spells well, so it's like yet another example of these teams having very solid mechanics, but then just making a lot of mistakes. No, this will cancel the Lee art. Yeah. I mean, they won the fight anyway. It's fine. But like even this fight, it's like that fight kicked off because Taki was up too far and he almost got caught out and he lost like 70% of his health bar.
Đã khiến cho 3-4 người bên kia phải dí theo vào cái hành trình kỳ diệu, và từ đó thì khoảng trống mở ra. Evi đứng bên trên và anh ta che, nhưng không có ai phụ anh ta cả.
Like this fight literally starts because Taki gets hit with a Bard Q and then CC chain. You almost never see fights start like this in the West. Like you'll see a fight start in the West because both teams are posturing, and then like the Jarvan player will decide that it's time to go, and he'll like try to like EQ flash R one of the carries or something, and then they'll play. But usually in LCP it's like the two teams stare at each other, and then as soon as one person fucks up, everybody just like snap engages on them.
Đường dưới Kia bị chơi khô máu, có cho mình đó là dạng na khổng lồ. Kia đang cố gắng né thật thiếu tô phô của đối thủ, lao vào muốn Onin.
Oh, Kiaya. Oh, that was okay. Nice. I think he tried to ult the Xante and then W because he threw the W where you would normally throw the ult. Like he put his W on the wall. Like it almost looked as if he meant to ult Xante in that direction right there, but he just like clicked the wrong button. They're more prepared to punish mistakes. Well, but what I was saying is that I think that they just make more mistakes. Like they make more mistakes, but they make up for it by just having better mechanics.
SHG họ đang cố gắng kiểm soát lại khu vực nửa trên bản đồ để tránh việc đối phương rush cho mình có Baron.
Nhưng mà rất hơi khó, thực ra bây giờ cả hai bên rất hơi khó, tốc độ ăn qua cả hai bên nó vẫn đều đều thôi. Chỉ có quan trọng là cái việc bạn ăn mà đối phương không nhìn thấy nó là cả một cái vấn đề cực kỳ lớn. Bởi vì cả số bạn Hồng Minh và cả
like the Drake is spawning in 1 minute. Like the Soul Drake, and both teams are going to want to fight over it.
Chỉ có thể dựa trên cơ sở của pha giao tranh thắng, từ đó chúng ta mới thấy là một tình huống ăn Baron. Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ bây giờ Gaswatch sẽ không quan tâm Baron.
And if this was a Western situation, or if it was like LCK or LPL or something, both teams would be like fighting over a setup, and they'd be like controlling bushes and like staring at each other and trying to posture for better position and stuff, and then maybe one team would start the dragon to force the other team to like make a decision or something. I would not be surprised if this entire Drake blows up because one person gets caught out. Like one person gets caught out or picked or something, and then whichever team got the pick will get the Drake. Okay, this is interesting. They're starting Baron. GAM may have like over postured on Drake's side. This could be good. Ryze roam worked in, but this is 5v4 for a bit. I think Hawks should play to finish it for sure. Wait, actually good macro call. That was nice. Like Ryze was too deep bot trying to get bot push. Okay, good Bard ult. Let's see what happens here. Artemis is trying to pump. Artemis died? Okay, okay, you know what? Well played from Hawks. That was a good call. I like that. Sure, worth. Get your resets, get back out on the map. They can't do Drake, you still get a good Drake setup. Corki is OP in this 3v3 setup, so you can try to fight it. And then junglers are spawning at the same time, so yeah, good timing for the Baron. Heard BLG is kind of shit right now. Okay, BLG is not kind of shit. BLG had some roster issues, and because of those roster issues, they lost a series to Top Esports. That was kind of surprising. But other than that, the only other series that they've lost have been to JDG. So they've lost both of their series to JDG because JDG just have their number, but they've beaten literally everybody else. So
Artemis đang tới, nhưng Dapta mất tốc biến để né phi thạch của đối phương, nhưng bên kia không còn người chơi đi rồi thì làm gì còn trừng phạt. Mong muốn thành công vào người của Aria, tốc biến là vào từ lúc tiền hấp thụ được một thành viên đối phương rồi, thêm mệnh cảm biến đến câu giờ, nhưng vòng xoáy không gian vòng sâu đến từ vị trí qua. Mà ở nước kia,
oh my god, Drakthar.
GAM Esports vẫn chưa có linh hồn của công nghệ này một tình huống chủ quan đến từ Dota khi trừng phạt hụt đúng 7 máu.
Dota quá tự tin trong câu chuyện là trừng phạt của anh ta chắc chắn
Ain't no way.
trừng phạt đến từ
Yeah, Hawks just got away with highway robbery. They got the Baron, snuck the Baron right under GAM's noses because they were punishing Rise being overpositioned, and then Vista came in with the Spellbook Smite and stole the Drake. So now GAM don't have soul.
Nhưng hạn chế những tình huống mắc sai lầm kiểu như vậy. Một tình huống khá đáng tiếc khi mà Viesta anh ta
Hawks have kind of been gaming these last like 3 minutes.
trước mũi của Dota.
Nhưng mà sao Dota lại tôi hỏi tiếc nhờ pha thật ra
Low-key hate LPL's format. I think that LPL's format is significantly better than LEC, CB LOL, and LCK's format. So
trừng phạt đến từ Lee Sin là hơi sớm một tí. Chúng ta xem là pha này Gasbox họ muốn giao tranh bởi vì sao? Đây là Kia đang trong trạng thái một con A khổng lồ. Chính vì vậy mà họ được quyền chủ động giao tranh dựa trên cái bộ chiêu và một con Rai bây giờ đã tầm 3 món trang bị với lượng sát thương khá là khổng lồ rồi. Và Dota
okay, so here's my problem with Protoplasm on engaged supports not named Leona Nautilus. Look at the Nautilus. Look at the value he doesn't get from this Protoplasm. Watch his health bar. Bam, one shot. Like he pops it, he pops the passive, and then he just gets one shot anyway because he's fucking Nautilus.
Nó đã giúp cho bên phía của số 3 họ đã ngăn cản được cái nhịp linh hồn rộng từ Gasbox.
Mà thật ra thì tình huống đấy trừng phạt tận gần 200 máu.
Beating CB LOL another season hard, but also LCK. Yeah, the LCK format is god awful.
Và nó khiến cho cái tình huống trừng phạt fail. Nhưng mà thôi, dù gì chuyện đã qua rồi.
Like, okay, here's my opinion. And this is just like in a vacuum, not even touching on the other issues that the LCK Cup format has. I think if your format is ever dependent at any point on game win time, on speed of game win, there's something wrong with the format. Just like right out of the gate. Like that's like something really obvious you can point out. If placements are genuinely determined by how fast a team won a game, that's like kind of disgusting.
Nhưng mà thật ra trong khoảng thời gian này thì số 3 vẫn sẽ được farm. Họ sẽ không còn gặp quá những sự bất lợi như là thời điểm trước đó khi họ luôn bị gượng ép ở bên trong.
But then there's like obviously there's other issues like HLE being out, even though realistically you could say maybe they were like 7th or 8th or something, which is obviously not good. Like if they wanted to keep playing, they should have played better, would be the argument, right? But I do think it's crazy that they are out and then there are 2 teams that are clearly worse than them that are moving on. I also don't like the fact that LCK, the format, is like half BO3s and half BO5s, and who gets BO5s against what team is completely random. That seems unfair. I think you could easily make the entire format best of 3, and it wouldn't be a problem. But I don't know why we had random best of 5s against like randomly strong opponents that drastically altered the standings. But yeah, the game time thing was that HLE, they needed to win a game against Gen G in order to move on. Like they needed to win 1 game. But they also needed to win that game faster than like 34 minutes and 43 seconds or something. But that's so stupid to me. I think if your format, if you have to win by a certain amount of time in order to advance, like there has to be something that the format could have done differently to avoid that. Because how fast you win a league game is not like all-encompassing of a team skill. Like, just because a team wins a game in 30 minutes doesn't mean that their win was cleaner than a team who won a game in 32 minutes. That's just not how the game works. Like, sometimes that's how the game works, but that's not universally how it works. Like, there are some team comps designed to win slower than other team comps. That does not mean that the team comp is worse because it wins slower. It just means that they win slower. But winning slower, being punished by the format, means that you have a flawed format.
Đúng như anh Trung nói, ý là Trung ngồi kế bên tôi chứ không phải là Trung. Thôi bỏ qua đi.
I've not seen anything from the LPL in terms of hands or macro. Normally they're super interesting, but worse than the LCK, but this year they seem bad. In my opinion, I feel like I've seen, like, I guess something random is that I feel like the mechanics of the top LPL AD carries have been better than the mechanics of the top LCK AD carries. I think I've been, like, just raw mechanics, I've been more impressed with Gala and Elk so far in Split 1 than Ruler and Pace. Okay, Kiai got one shot before he ulted. Let's see how this goes. Maybe GAM is just too strong everywhere else. But, like, okay, do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, they're fighting over Soul Drake, right? Like, the prize of the winner of this fight is Soul Drake, but they're not actually playing on the objective. The two teams are just staring at each other mid, and one person fucks up their positioning, and then the fight just starts. Like, there's, like, no actual objective setup. It's weird. It's just the LCP special.
Để có thể bắn được thì chỉ việc bước lên mà bắn thôi, không cần phải né chiêu, không cần phải làm gì cả. Và đó là một quyết định đúng đấy Artemis, không chỉ lời mỗi con rồng mà chắc chắn
BO5 is seed number versus seed number. Okay, but like, why? You know, it's like, why? I don't understand why we have a format where the worst team from the better group just qualifies to playoffs. Like, that's just like, that's kind of a silly format.
Ép cho bên phía của Maple phải dùng thảm lửa đầu tiên và hãy nhìn lượt sát thương đến từ Ares kìa. Một cú e ngục cùng ngữ và anh một bay sạch lượng máu trên người của mình và anh ta mất giáp hồi sinh từ sớm. Một pha tốc biến lao vào câu được tốc biến của Maple cùng với đó là nộ lồng cực đá Maple ra khỏi giao tranh. Khi đó Van một quá lẻ loi và anh ta nằm xuống chết chay. Chúng ta có thể nhìn thấy được là không còn công cụ gì để bắt Artemis trong tình huống vừa rồi cả. Anh ta free shot hoàn toàn và anh ta liên tục gây một lượng sát thương khổng lồ dựa trên con Yunara ở trong giai đoạn này. Một giai đoạn mà anh ta chuẩn bị chạm ngưỡng 7 món rồi. Một giai đoạn mà con Yunara này càng bắn thì đối phương sẽ bốc hơi càng nhanh theo thời gian mà thôi. Đồng ý Marble vẫn là một trong những con anh ta là một trong những người chơi xạ thủ và anh ta đang nắm giữ con Corki này.
Like, I guess my main issue with the LCK Cup format is that the format genuinely feels like a for fun tournament to me. Like, I would be completely fine with a format like that if it was for like a... If it was just a tournament full of show matches or something, but it feels weird for the Premier League in the entire world to have this format leading up to an international tournament. It just feels odd to me. Install Twitch just to follow you? Hate this app. Nice, thank you. Okay, let's see what's happening over on YouTube. If Ryze is mega meta right now, why isn't TF or Galio meta too? Ryze isn't meta because he has a global ultimate. It's nice that he has a global ultimate. But the reason why Ryze is meta right now is because due to the home guard changes and the item actualizer, Ryze has just become a ridiculously powerful side laner. He's pretty much like the strongest side laner in the game right now. That's the reason why his prio went up. Is because he was already like a top 5 mid laner, and his side laning is ridiculous. That's why teams are picking him. So it doesn't necessarily have to do with the fact that he has a global. Like, it's nice that he has a global, that benefits, that like increases his prio for sure, but it's not the primary reason.
Cần phải có người hỗ trợ nhưng không ai hỗ trợ được anh ta cả, anh ta sẽ nằm xuống đổi lại đường dưới. Chưa thể có một đường mega dành cho GAM Esports. Họ đang phải chạy về.
Chạy về được nhờ? Chắc là chạy về được hết rồi. Bộ lại Poro giúp cho các thành viên GAM Esports bấm về khá.
That's why, like, every single time you see a champion play against Ryze, they'll always match his Ghost. Like, sometimes you'll see mid laners play against each other and they won't take Ghost, but if Ryze is in the game, both mid laners will always take Ghost, because if a mid laner doesn't have Ghost against Ryze, they'll just get run down in side lane and killed. Like, they won't be able to exist on side lane against Ryze without Ghost. It's disgusting how he has no good answers. Well, Ryze has answers. There's arguments to be made that Azir and Orianna are just better champions right now, because they fit more team comps. But in terms of like actual answers, like usually Azir or Orianna are kind of like the game 1 mid laners, and then Ryze is more of like a game 2 mid laner, or he's a mid laner that you pick if both Azir and Orianna are out. But yeah, even that, like he has answers. So you can go Anivia if you want. Ryze will beat Anivia in lane, in my opinion, just based on what I've seen. I feel like I see Ryze beat Anivia in lane quite frequently. but Rise struggles against Anivia thematically later on, because Anivia is really good against low-range champions, and Rise is a pretty low-range champion, all things considered. So Rise like has a hard time positioning around like her wall and her ultimate and stuff. So like in team fights, Rise can struggle. So that's like one option you can go. Another answer you can go is you can just go Talia, and then if you go Talia, essentially what you're doing is you are building a different type of team comp. So Rise, he's like more of a side laning team comp, he's more scaling. If you go Talia, what you're saying is, I can match your global, so that's like one thing, you match their global. The other thing is that you're saying, I can contest you in lane. So Talia and Rise, they can kind of 50-50 lane phase with each other, they have similar amounts of pushing power. And what Talia says is that she's like, I will lose side lane to you later, but I will make up for it in the fact that I'm going to be better at getting my team picks. My ult is going to be more flexible than yours later, so we can like use it to maybe like push for turrets or something. So like that would be the argument, is that like Rise is better than Talia in some ways, Talia is better than Rise in other ways. So that's another answer you can go. The third answer you can go is Cassiopeia, and if you go Cassio, you're literally just playing to win lane. Well, not necessarily win lane, but Cassio has a good lane against Rise, because when Rise casts his spells, when Rise uses his combos, he has to stand still. Like, you can see, like, if you watch Rise, every single time he casts an ability, he's gonna stand still. Like, so it's almost like he's auto-attacking. Like, it's the same type of deal as how champions stand still briefly when they auto-attack. Rise has to stand still briefly when he uses an ability. So Cassio has been viewed as, like, a long-time Rise counter, like, for years now, because whenever Rise casts an ability, Cassio can land her Q, and then she can start trading back. So people like the matchup for that reason. And the other thing that Cassio can do is that she's one of the only champions who can actually match Rise on a side lane 1v1. Cassio has the ability to just look at a Rise and fight him, and potentially win. So those are kind of the three answers. You can go Anivia, you can go Cassio, you can go Talia. Those are like the three Rise answers right now. Or you can just go Azir or Orianna and then claim that you have a better champion, and then like force the Rise team to prove that Rise has more value than Azir and Orianna. And in my opinion, I think that Orianna prowess should go down a little bit, but I do think that Azir is for sure just a better champion than Rise in the meta at the moment. By the way, why is this game still going? Why are we 43 minutes into this game? This is crazy. Artemis has turbo position here, he should just carry this. Cagel said they did not draft Cass into Rise because the other team could have drafted Jarvan. So that's reasonable. The only thing that because you don't want to pick, like Jarvan is good against the robot champions, would be the logic. However, I think that Cassio is pretty good against dive, because the way that you can play her is that you can let the dive champions dive onto her. So you can intentionally let Jarvan engage onto you, or like if the enemy team has Mbessa, for example, you can let the Mbessa engage onto you. And what you can do is right before the engage hits, you cast your W, not on the champion who's engaging onto you, but behind them. And by doing that, what you do, like if you cast a max range W behind the champion who's engaging on you, so like in front of the Cassio and then behind the champion who's engaging on you, you can split off the engaged champion from the rest of their team. So like if Mbessa ults a Cassio and Cassio just throws her W max range in the direction of the enemy team, your team can just kind of like kill the Mbessa, because nobody else on the team can go over the Miasma. So for that reason, I tend to think that Cassio actually is pretty playable into most dive comps. So I don't mind picking Cassio into Jarvan. Like I think that if you're playing Cassio into Jarvan, as soon as you see the EQ head in your direction, you just chuck the W, max range in the direction of the opposing team, and then you can kill the Jarvan when he goes on you. But I can understand the idea of like, okay, Cassio has no mobility. If our other carries also don't have mobility, maybe we just like don't want to end up with a no mobility combo to Jarvan. Like I think that's fine.
Đây là cơ hội rất lớn dành cho GAM Esports, họ đang có tất cả những bùa lợi mạnh nhất ở trên toàn bản đồ để có thể kết thúc ván đấu này. Artemis quá tốt ở trong ván thi đấu này và từ nãy giờ anh ta liên tục là những cực kỳ tốt, có thể
R3 is underscore, thanks for the sub.
Thi đấu này là trên cả sự trắc tuyệt. Và từ đây anh ta đang giúp cho bên phía
However you want me to pronounce that.
về tất cả những công trình trước mặt. Khi mà trụ thứ ba của mình chỉ còn đúng một lớp khiên nữa thôi là nó sẽ bị vỡ. Và tôi cảm giác một chạm của Artemis là đủ đấy, một chạm của ta có thể là đủ đấy. Bắt đầu áp lực cực chiều của Rồng Ngàn Tủ đã bắt đầu uy hiếp vào các thành viên của bên phía số 3 của mình. Họ phải chạy một cái bốc thành công. Aria bị bắt lại. Aria
I mean, like,
không
they have
còn
order,
dám
they should just win, right?
chạy Viesta cũng sẽ bị bắt lại ở đây thôi. Chỉ còn 3 người của SHG móc được thành công và Evi thử nhiệt vào người của đối phương. Bappo bị tung nhưng đang ở bệ đá cổ, còn Evi ở đây thì sẽ phải lên bàn điểm số đại để chấn lao vào nhưng cũng chỉ để tự sát. Một mình Bappo thì không thể nào thủ được rồi. Ares lao vào, anh ta bị trụ bắn.
Problem with Cassio is the tendinitis required to master it. This is true. Pretty much every Cassio player I know has like crazy wrist problems.
Anh ta cũng chỉ bị bóc bỏ nèo và lên bảng điểm số, quét sạch cho GAM Esports và 1-0 ở trong cặp trận đấu MOBA.
Một ván thi đấu mà nếu như nói về tinh thần của Artemis ở trong ván thi đấu này thì tôi chỉ có thể nói là em Hưng đang cực kỳ hưng phấn, thật sự là như vậy.
You seem more energetic tonight. That would be because I woke up at 7 p.m. As opposed to waking up for LCP. Because I'm allowed to wake up at 7 p.m. because I don't have to do an LCS co-stream. W.
Artemis không phải là mục tiêu đó thì Artemis quay trở lại và trừng phạt tất cả những thành viên nào cố gắng bắt vào vị trí đứng của anh ta.
Feels like a similar situation to tossing up a Nivea wall in the same scenario. Yeah, but the problem is that a Nivea's lane isn't as good. Like, if you pick a Nivea, most of the time you're going to lose out on push. But like, in the spots where you pick Cassio, she will also have a good lane, and so she'll be able to push out most of the time.
Xin cảm ơn Trung và Trung xin chúc mừng cho GAM Esports đã có thể chiến thắng 1-0 ở trong cặp BO3 này, một chiến thắng mà
I think this is a little bit of an unpopular opinion, but I do generally think that in most spots where you could pick a Nivea, Cassio is just a better champion.
Xong rồi họ lại đẩy chân rồi đối phương lại trừng phạt.
Đối thủ vấp ở đâu thì chúng ta cũng vấp luôn ở đó, đúng không?
Đúng rồi.
Nhưng phải nói đây là một game hay. Một game mà nhìn về bên phía của SHG ấy, Evi chấp nhận đánh kèo thua. Nhưng mà anh ta vẫn đi kèo tốt nha.
Not saying that the two champions do like the exact same thing, but a lot of the spots where people pick a Nivea, if Cassio's still up, I'm kind of like I would have picked Cassio here instead.
Artemis ở một cái game đấu mà anh ta không cần phải làm quá nhiều thứ. Rakta cùng với cả Ares đã tạo ra được cái tiền đề cho một cái giai đoạn early game thoáng hơn cho Artemis. Các bạn có thể cũng nhớ nên Thành Trung nhắc là đây là một game thuần dọn lúa đến từ Artemis. Thì câu chuyện farm từ đầu tới cuối thì sát thương của Artemis cũng rất là cao. Anh ta nằm một mạng duy nhất trong cái pha đấu súng cùng với cả Marble ở khu vực đường trên. Còn lại thì cái khả năng giữ vị trí và cũng phải dành lời khen dành cho Rakta cùng với cả Kiaya đã tạo được cái khoảng trống. Chứ nếu cái pha rồng á mà để không có khi của Marble chạm được vào người của Artemis thì nó sẽ là vấn đề cực kỳ lớn.
Thật sự phải nói rằng ở trong máy thi đấu này Artemis giữ vị trí rất là hay và thậm chí là những cái nhịp mà anh ta bung sát thương cũng như là những cái nhịp lùi lại để có thể thả diều đối phương, mọi người có thể thấy rằng đó là một cái trình độ của một tuyển thủ xạ thủ hàng đầu luôn á. Trong khi đó ở trong khoảng thời gian cuối của ván đấu chúng ta đều rất là hồi hộp khi mà cả hai bên đều có đủ cơ hội để có thể giành được chiến thắng cuối cùng như nhau, và câu chuyện cuối cùng vẫn chỉ là xạ thủ của bên nào xả đam tốt hơn, đội đó sẽ là đội có được chiến thắng trong nhau.
Are you guys ready for the funny in between activity that I can just do in between games now?
Rất nhiều con rồng đã được ăn, bộ loại Baron và cả rồng ngàn tuổi. Những thứ gì có thể xuất hiện trên cái map đấu Summoner Swift thì
Who here has heard of the loop station before?
Các bạn nhìn vào KDA của Rakta thì có thể bảo là game này đánh KDA không đẹp, nhưng mà
The loop station is one of my biggest hyperfixations. I'm in love with this thing. It's basically a machine, and the way that it works is that you can like sing or hum or like beatbox or make any noise into the machine, and then you record it to a track, and then it'll play that sound over and over again. And what you can do is that you can turn the sound on and off, you can apply an effect to the sound, you can do all of this stuff, but the idea is that like you're layering a bunch of sounds off of each other in real time, and then you're creating a song with like the loops that you had. So it's something that I think is like really, really interesting. And somebody was talking about it, and I've also like sometimes I just like literally do nothing in between games, so I was thinking, oh, what could I do in between games? So what I can do in between games is I can show you loop station rounds, baby. So yeah, we'll do that. So these are like some wildcard rounds I can show that people made for the like 2025 competition. But yeah, I'm so down to just watch loop station rounds in between games. Fuck yeah.
Yo, this is Martin Menati from France, and this is my loop station wildcard for the GBB 2025 World League. Let's do it.
So everything that he's gonna do here is done in real time. There's nothing that was pre-recorded. And also the loop station has been out for like fucking 20 years, so it's come very far. So you guys are probably gonna have no idea what the fuck he's doing or how it sounds like that, but trust, nothing is pre-recorded, he's doing it all in real time. So like that, for example, he's applying an effect to his voice. He doesn't actually sound like that. He just is like humming into the mic with an effect on it.
You came around, I had my feet on the ground.
And also most loop station rounds will have like drops. It's a very like EDM / dubstep dominated scene right now.
You came around, now my life's upside down. Imagine that. And it's all because I heard you say. And it's all because I walked your
Wing is the only beatboxer one mix in our Wing is fire, yeah.
stay away. But I heard you say, 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 I heard you say. Just an ordinary day. Till you came around, I had my head straight and sound. They've told me that just an ordinary day. Till you came around, now my life's on the bounce. And it's all because I heard you say. And it's all because I walked your way. And I should have known to stay away. But I heard you say, I heard you say, I heard you say. Hey, hey. I heard you say.
Have you ever ran your voice on a vocal pitch? Are you asking like what my vocal range is? So that's what a loop station is. That's the type of stuff you can do on a loop. And I am absolutely fucking addicted to the loop station. Fire beats, but he's blocking the bike lane. Is this a bike lane? Ah, yeah, he is blocking the bike lane. Alright, El Bozo. Terrible wild card. Yeah, okay, my vocal range here, I can't actually do it on stream because my mic won't pick it up, but I can pull up like an online piano. My vocal range on a good day, so like if I'm feeling really good, the lowest I can go is a C sharp 2. So that note. So let me see. Let me see if I can hit it right now. Yes, that's about the lowest I can go. If I yeah, see, if I try to do that, I'm a little bit sharp. That's the lowest I can go there. And then the highest note I can hit, which I'm not going to do on stream because it'll fucking wake everybody, wake all my neighbors up, and also my mic won't even pick it up because it's like going to cut out, is an E3, which is this note. That's the highest I can go. So my vocal range goes from here to there.
Tại vì mình thắng mà. Thì cũng có thể gọi là một cái sân tập với cái mức độ thử thách nó nằm ở một cái level cao hơn.
This is kind of hot. Yeah,
đấy
nice.
lại là một cái tín hiệu mà các bạn có thể không có những cái trận đấu một chiều, không có những cái trận đấu chúng ta đoán được trước kết quả thì nó lại hay.
You can probably sing a lot. Yes and no. I'm decent at singing choir stuff, but I would not consider myself to be like a good pop singer or like radio music singer. My voice doesn't sound very good for that. But I did choir for 6 years when I was younger, and I thought I was pretty solid at it.
Chúng ta hay dùng cái mùa đầu tiên như một cái mùa khởi động vậy, để cho các đội có thể làm quen đội hình với nhau, họ form lại đội hình. Nhưng mà nên như SHG nè, SHG là một đội form đội hình rất tốt, rất nhanh, rất hay.
You'll pay me to read you to sleep.
Năm nay tôi rất là thích SHG luôn, đánh rất hay.
How much money and what am I reading?
Grazero ha. Grazero cũng có những nhân sự nhìn khá là thú vị. Tại họ cũng từ
If you have a decent mic, online tests work well. Wait, are there like online tests? Vocal pitch online test. Vocal range test. Alright. I mean, if you have like a good test in your head, like it, or like a website that you know, fucking link that shit. I'll take a look at it. 99 an hour to read the Scarlet Letter. What is the Scarlet Letter? Novel by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Set in, it was published in 1850. Wait, I feel like I've heard of this book actually. Yeah, no, I've heard of this book before. I've never read it, but I've heard of it. How long is it? 192 to 288. Okay, so it'll only take like 3 hours to read probably. That's pretty short.
Sau cái ván đấu vừa rồi mình có thể thấy rằng họ đánh đôi công với lại GAM Esports, tức là vấn đề về mặt macro của họ đã không còn thể hiện quá rõ. Mà họ không còn gặp nhiều khó khăn về mặt macro ở trong giai đoạn cuối game như ở trong những cái mùa giải trước nữa, mà vấn đề nó chỉ đơn giản là
Pretty sure you can open an OnlyFans with your voice. Alright, interesting. I will not be doing that, but thanks for the knowledge. Also, like people tell me that I have a good voice, but I probably don't have an OnlyFans voice. I wouldn't think. Like the reason why my voice is like good is because it's very, I feel like my vocal clarity is not bad. Like my voice is pretty normal-ish, so it's easy to listen to for most people, and my vocal clarity isn't terrible. So if you combine those two things together, it's a good voice recording voice. Like it's a good like voiceover voice for YouTube and streaming and stuff. But like I can't make very many different kinds of voices, so I can't do any voice acting stuff, or I can't make my voice incredibly emotional or anything. So if I was reading a book, it would probably sound pretty fucking monotone for the most part.
Thực ra là hôm trước GAM cũng đã thử khắc chế rồi và lại chọn con Wukong là cái con mà tôi không thích một tí đâu cả.
Okay, so I'm interested to see what these teams do in a Zero Orianna trade, because GAM are in a position where they don't want to ban... Well, wait, they already banned Orianna, but they're second pick. If they don't ban Azir, then Hawks pick Azir and they get a mid matchup they're pretty happy with. Unless GAM want to play Akali or Yone into it. That is something you could do, is give the enemy team Azir and you can play Akali Yone. And then pair it with like an interesting jungler. You can 100% make your voice emotional on the Worlds Recap video specifically. Yeah, but the thing is that I can't script my voice emotionally. I don't have the ability to like emotionally script the voice. Or Varus is up. I completely missed it. I didn't realize that Varus was up. Usually if Varus is picked, you can just go Sivir as a response, but the problem is that right now Varus is a flex pick, so you don't just want to go, okay, well, or GAM can go Sivir. Okay, so if you're Hawks, what you're thinking about doing here is holding your bot lane pick until 4-5, and if GAM give you a good matchup to push the Varus mid or top, you can do that. And then you can counterpick the Sivir. And the way that you would counterpick a Sivir is that Sivir's like really good at pushing out lanes, but she doesn't really do anything with the push. Like she can't really harass you under tower, she's not a great champion at hitting turret plates, so she mostly just has push and that's it. So you can pick a champion that like scales really well. So for example, if GAM were to go, I don't know, fucking Renekton blind top or something. Or like if they were to go Zehen, like if GAM randomly locked in Zehen top here blind for no reason, what you could do is that you could put the Varus top, and then you could go like Zeri bot lane or something. You could go like Zeri bot, you could go Jinx bot, something like that, and you would handshake the scaling with the Sivir, and then you'd have a top lane counter. So that's like a reason why I don't like picking Sivir into Varus early. That said, if this Varus is guaranteed to go bot, Sivir is like a turbo answer into Varus. Sivir is like hard counter into Varus. Alright, draft is gone. Cool. Anyways, back on the other tangent that I was saying. The only time that I can make my voice emotional is if it's not scripted. So like if I'm not reading something out, if I'm just like talking off rip, I can make my voice emotional. But again, I can only make my voice emotional in certain ways. Like I can't really defer from what my normal voice sounds like. I can't make my voice sound like a different person's voice. It just sounds like my voice, but it's like my voice more angry or my voice more happy or whatever emotion you want to apply, but it still sounds like my voice, you know?
Ở thời điểm hiện tại bên phía của SHG cũng đang có những cái lối chơi xây dựng khá là mới mẻ xoay quanh khu vực giữa và bệ tướng của Aria.
But like in my opinion, if I was to read out a book, like if I was going to try to do an audiobook, it would probably be one of the more bland audiobooks you'd ever heard in your life. At least compared to the people who actually read audiobooks as their job, who are like actually good at it. If we were standing at the altar together, you would have an emotional voice. Bold of you to assume that we would be standing at an altar instead of just walking up to a courtroom and having a judge swear us in with like maybe 5 people watching, and then we just go about our day. What about an ambient horror short story? Nah, I'd be terrible at that shit. I'd be so bad at that.
Em tài, em sang. Giờ tới cái khiên của em Đại. Anh em có vấn đề gì là mình ban bích lẹ đi được không?
Anh em đánh 45 phút một game xong rồi giờ anh em làm thêm quả delay bên bích.
Thôi cũng được nha.
Xong rồi anh em quất thêm cái 3 ván nữa.
Tôi đang định nói cái điều kiện là anh em phải đánh 2 ván nhá. Đánh sao cho đàng hoàng.
Down to get a courthouse marriage and pick up some Chipotle on the way back. See, that would be fire. Big marriages are annoying because 1, I don't like parties. I'm not a big party person. 2, I'm not a big social gathering person in general. And 3, it costs a lot of money. So the only way that I would ever do some kind of fancy marriage is if the person who I was marrying really wanted a fancy marriage. Because like it is one of those things where it's like a once in a lifetime thing. Sometimes people really like have like a vision of what they want their marriage to look like ever since they were really young or something. Like in the same way that people really care about their graduation or they really care about prom or something. There's just like there are these events that happen usually only once in your lifetime that people really care about, and they think about it constantly, and they think about exactly how they want it to go. So like if somebody really had a vision of what they wanted their marriage to look like, I would be like, sure, we can do that, I'm down, right? But if it was up to me, I would just do a courthouse marriage with like my parents, and that's it. My parents can watch if they want. Because like I know that my dad would really want to be there, so like yeah. It's like very For me, like I would just invite close family, the people who would feel sad if they got left out, that type of deal. And then it would just be like a an extremely small and short marriage ceremony or a courthouse marriage, and then I just go about my day. Used to be like that when you were younger and then started grad school and realized everything costed arm and a leg. Yeah, but it sounds like you're the type of person who has a dream marriage, like a dream large marriage ceremony, and the only thing that's stopping you is money. But for me, I literally don't give a shit. Like, if I had all the money in the world, and it was up to me, I still would not have a marriage ceremony. Because it's just, that's just not the type of person I am. But I am pretty go with the flow in terms of like what other people want to do, so.
Đây, trông giống là vào rồi.
Không, em Hưng mặt lúc nào chả thế. Em Hưng vào game là mặt căng thẳng lắm.
But like, for example, I never really went to a school dance because I didn't really give a shit. I skipped prom because I didn't give a shit. I did not go to my graduation. Either of my graduations. I didn't go to my high school graduation and I didn't go to my university graduation. I don't think I hosted a birthday party past the age of like 14. Maybe I hosted like 1 or 2 in high school, but I stopped throwing like massive birthday parties when I was 13 or 14. And I don't regret any of it. So I'm really just not like not a momentous occasion celebrator. Like the thing that I always said for prom when I was, or like homecoming, for example, I don't know if people had homecoming dances in their high schools, but what I would always say about homecoming was that if I had a date to go to homecoming with, I would rather, instead of spending the money on homecoming, I would rather just take them out to dinner and then maybe go watch a movie or something. I would rather spend an equivalent amount of money doing that than going to homecoming. Last big birthday party you ever threw was Bionicle themed in elementary school. Here, let me lock in on this draft and then we can continue talking about birthdays and marriages and shit. Okay, Hawks. So GAM went Sivir Pantheon, so they're really banking on the idea that this Varus is bought. The Pantheon does well into Varus, for example, because Varus has no mobility. And yeah, so this is exactly what I was saying. That I was expecting... I didn't see that Varus didn't get banned. I just kind of assumed that Varus got banned and it didn't. But I was expecting if Varus was banned, since GAM only banned Orianna and not Azir, that they were going to let Hawks first pick Azir because they were going to play Akali or Yone into it. And that's exactly what happened. It just happened a little bit later. So, yep, they gave Hawks Azir on purpose, that way Ares could play Akali into it. So that makes sense. You have a lot of side lane threat if you do this. Like, the Akali has pressure to kill the Azir on side lane, and even more so if she has a Pantheon who can ult on Azir's head, so Azir's gonna have to play side lane really safe. If this Varus is bought, then the Sivir will do very well into the Varus. And really the only compensation that Hawks have for this is that Varus and Azir are considered OP champions. So it's just about whether their OP champions are strong enough to make up the difference for the thematic counters that GAM have. But like, not bad first 3 from GAM. It's still the type of situation where I think GAM have to be really careful about their top lane pick. I think GAM cannot blind pick a top laner here that's bad into Varus. Because GAM are going to have 4 pick. I think you have to counter pick support here. Or sorry, not counter pick. You have to go support on 4. Because Sivir will beat Varus pretty much no matter what you pick support. Like the only thing that Varus could do is maybe go like Varus Karma, and then you could contest a push against Sivir, but Varus Karma has other problems with the lane. So for the most part, you can pick pretty much any support here. You'll do fine into the Varus with the Sivir. See, but they're going at best at top. The question is, how the Varus and Bessa matchup looks like. And I don't know off the top of my head, but I have to imagine it's playable for Varus. You could put the Varus top here and then pick a scaling bot side or like any other bot side. You could put Varus top and then go like a Zeri draft if you wanted to. I mean, Zeri might be hard this game, but yeah, so like the Alistar's coming in because it's a thematic counter to the Sivir. But maybe you would want like maybe even like a Jhin here or something could be good. The Sion makes no sense to me. I don't really get what they're going for here. Because Sion loses into Bessa, so I don't really get what the benefit of this is. Does Evie play range tops? That's a great question. Evie plays Urgot. Does Urgot count as a range top? Evie can play that. But yeah, the Sion is weird to me. I don't like it. Because Sion, you can like go neutral with the Ambessa in lane. Otaki, lock it, Seraphine, do it. Oh, that's my fucking goat. That's my fucking goat right there. You know what, Null? Good job, Null. Null draft masterclass this time. I think the only thing that could have been scary for Null is if the Varus went top and then they had picked a different bot lane that's like good into what GAM have. Like, I don't know what you could have gone. Maybe, is it worth it to, it's probably not worth it to go Varus top and then play like a Jhin or something. It's probably not worth it. Because like the Jhin would do better into the Ambessa, Sivir, and Pantheon, but then you're stuck with a zero frontline Jhin comp. Like at the very least, if you go Sion top and you put the Varus bot, then like your bot lane will lose, but you have like good front to back with Azir. But yeah, Seraphine, this is fine. Basically, if enemy team is gonna blind pick Alistar to counter the Sivir, because Alistar, he can WQ the Sivir, and if Sivir spell shields the W, then she still gets knocked up by the Q. That's why people like Alistar and the Sivir. But if they're going to go blind Alistar to counter the Sivir, then the counterplay to that is to draft a strong support so you can completely fuck over the Varus Alistar. So yeah, I think it's a pretty hard lanes for GAM to play across the board. Pretty hard lanes, pretty hard side lanes. But if they can get to 5v5, they should win 5v5 really hard. So it's almost the exact same thing as last game. Wait, this is a more extreme version of last game. Last game, GAM had Gnar rise into Cassante Talia. So it's like GAM have the ability to play for side lane. Like GAM will have winning side lane, so they can play for that. But their 5v5 was a little bit better. In this game, Hawks went all in on 5v5. Like they have like turbo 5v5 comp. But GAM have even better side lane matchups this game than they did last game. So yeah, this is literally just game one, but even more extreme on both sides. It's just what's better, winning lanes, winning side lanes, or winning 5v5. And I'm personally, like these days, I'm on the fence that I think that having winning side lanes is more important, so I would rather be GAM's comp. But I think you can play either. Like I think that both are decent. I'm not convinced that the Varus Alistar will be able to survive this lane in a meaningful way, and then so you're kind of putting the eggs into the Azir basket, which you're already doing if you have an Azir comp, so that's fine.
Hai người chơi đi rừng đều khởi đầu cho mình đó là bãi bùa đỏ giống nhau. Nhưng mà mới với một cái vòng rừng mà
But yeah, what we're gonna see here, I'm gonna yap about all of this now, so that way I don't have to bring it up again in the next like 10 minutes, and then I can just talk about other shit. So what we're gonna see from the game is that Sion is going to have push against the Ambessa for the first few levels, and then they're going to be neutral for another few levels, and then Ambessa's going to get Eclipse, and then she just starts winning. Once Ambessa has Eclipse, she should just win every trade, she should win side lane, she should have like perma push, all that stuff. So we're just kind of like waiting for the timer for Ambessa to get that first item. So that's what we're going to see from top. In mid lane, you're going to see the Azir have a health advantage in the lane, and the Azir's going to have push early, but what you're looking for is Azir's mana bar. So you're looking to compare Akali's health bar with Azir's mana bar, and the idea is that Azir, after the laning nerfs that he got over the years, he does not deal enough damage in lane to force Akali in an uncomfortable position. So for the most part, the lane is considered relatively even. Then when you get into side lane, the Akali is going to have kill pressure on the side lane, especially so when you have a Pantheon. So Azir's going to struggle in side lane, I think. Azir's not going to be able to walk up against the Akali Pantheon at any point.
và Ares qua đường đối thủ.
And then bot lane, you should be expecting Sivir Seraphine to have pushed the entire time. The only problem that I have, I guess, is that, as I mentioned when they locked in Sivir, Sivir is really good at getting pushed, but she's not good at doing anything with the push. So, like, for example, if this was an Ezreal or a Caitlyn or like an Ashe, then you would have the ability to actually punish the Varus. Like, you can push in the wave, you can start poking him, or you can like threaten to dive him or something. Sivir can't really do those things, so there is a chance that Sivir's just going to push in every wave, and then Varus will farm every wave under his tower, and then the goal will be even. And then you let Varus Alistar get through lane. And it's not going to feel too great for GAM. Do you think University was worth it? So, I mean, like, I have a few opinions about University. Oh, wait, Seraphine's just dead, I think. Okay, well, this is really good for Hawks, actually. This is, like, insanely good for Hawks. If this swings the matchup entirely in Hawks' favor, like, if Varus can suddenly push against Sivir, they are very, very happy. This is super big for them. Okay, anyways. Yeah, so I think University, like, I think it depends almost entirely on where you're at financially. Because I think that if you're okay financially, then it's always worth it. Because University does more for you than just getting a degree. Like, a lot of people tunnel in on the fact that you have the degree, but I think that University also does a really good job at transitioning you into a lot of the basic things that you need to do, like, for adulthood. Like, when you do University, it's kind of like all of the things that adults have to do that kids didn't have to do get trickled in slowly, like understanding how to make new relationships, or understanding how rent works, like getting used to paying bills and stuff. Like being on your own schedule for once, where like nobody else is monitoring you other than you. Like, I think that all this stuff, like college helps you slowly drip into it, as opposed to if you just immediately go into the workforce, you're kind of like skipping a bunch of steps, and you're gonna run into moments where you're like confused about certain things because it all just comes like flying at you right out of the get-go. So like, I think that college is useful for that. And then the other thing is that I think that even if you never use your degree, so like I went to college, in an ideal world I will never use my degree. However, I still think it's good for me to have the degree because it gives me like a fallback plan. So if I, like, let's say, I don't know, let's say that League of Legends fucking dies in a year. Like Riot implements some policy where they I'm trying to think of like a kill league in big 2026. Maybe if Riot fired every single one of their artists and made all of their skins from AI, maybe that would do it. Maybe that would kill the game. Like if they did that. Or like if they also, or like for example, if Riot did that, like if Riot made all of their skin splash arts and all of their like in-game assets out of AI, I would probably not fucking watch their game anymore. I would not watch or play their game anymore. So like if something like that happened, and maybe like I tried to get into another game and it just like wasn't working, like the viewership was down and I wasn't really getting enough money from it, my degree would be very helpful because I would have like a fallback where I can still get a job and do something else. So like I think that the fact that I have a degree is very beneficial to me even if I never use it. So I don't regret going to college, no. But the other thing is that, like, just being open about it, I was in a spot based on like the scholarship that I got, and like based on the conditions I had growing up. Like I was in a spot where I was like very financially capable of going to college, which is not something that a lot of people can say. Like if I was not financially comfortable when I graduated high school, like if I wasn't in a situation where I would be okay financially, I would not have gone to college. Like I would have just probably like kept the job that I had at the grocery store and tried to like promote my way into assistant manager or something. And then I would have my channel on the side, and then we just wait and see if my channel ever gets big enough that I can quit my job. Would have been the angle. But yeah, I mean, that's the main thing I would say, is that if you're in a good spot financially, I don't think that college can ever be bad for you. But then, like, if you're not in a good spot financially, I think that college is like a borderline ripoff. Like, it's so expensive. Is this Gunblade Rush, Ferris? Those are the components for Gunblade, yeah. I'm not convinced that Gunblade is the best item you can go here. I feel like this is a lethality Varus game. Because if I was Varus, I would never want to fucking auto attack into Ambessa Pantheon Akali. That sounds miserable. I would want to play from as far away from them as I could. So I would go lethality if I was Varus. It also makes it easier for GAM to itemize, like they can just go magic resist now. First time watching LCP and this doesn't seem close? What about the game doesn't seem close? Oh my gosh, wait, did Hawks do a grub swap in Big 2026? Holy. This is something that I've been talking about with my team for a while. I'm actually kind of excited about this. I genuinely think that lane swapping in 2026 is still viable. Like, teams have chosen to not do it because of role quests. Like they say like, oh, you can't do this because of role quests. But I personally have the take. Okay, so they're just gonna kill Ambessa here probably, or get her flash. This is really good. No, I think they. Yeah, Ambessa's just dead. Okay. Yeah, I think that as long as everybody on your team finishes their role. Sorry, not even everybody. As long as your top laner and your mid laner finish their role quests before Rift Herald, you can do as many swaps as you want. So as long as your solo laners finish their role quests before the 15-minute mark, it's all good. Because those are the only role quests that actually have a significant combat advantage. Like the 80 carry role quest really doesn't matter for like a 15-minute breakpoint. It's just you get like 200 gold or 300 gold or something, and then one or two more gold per minion. I forget exactly what the numbers are, but it's like a scaling thing. Whereas like top lane role quest, you can get like an extra level before the Herald spawns, and then mid lane role quest you can get your boots and stuff, but if you can finish those role quests before 15 minutes, I think you can swap all you want. I don't think you give a shit. Like, if you think that the swap looks good, you can just go for it. But teams haven't been doing it. Varus has gold lead and is perma losing shove. That is expected. Varus is not expected to get shove against Sivir ever, pretty much no matter how big the lead is. Like, especially when you have Alistar into Seraphine as your support matchup. But the idea is that you're picking Varus because he's like OP champion in the meta right now. He's like kind of okay if you're behind because you can still provide utility through like poke and your ult and stuff. And then the idea is that he doesn't actually need to do a lot of damage because you have an Azir. Like Azir is going to be the bulk of your damage in this team comp. So like, if you blind pick Varus and the enemy counter picks Sivir, you are expecting to lose the lane. And you're just playing for 5v5 later. Are there any ADCs that can beat Sivir's push? There are combos that can beat Sivir's push. Like, I think if you end up with Ezreal Karma, or if you end up with like Ashe Seraphine, I think you can beat virtually every Sivir lane, like in push. But I don't think there are any marksmen in isolation who can outpush the Sivir, no. Like, if the Sivir is even with another marksman alone on mid-wave in mid-game, I don't think that there's any AD carry that's outpushing a Sivir. Like, I guess maybe like the one thing would be if you have like a Bloodthirster Misfortune, she can just like stand on the wave and tank the ricochet and push out the wave. But that's probably I don't even think you could do that. Yeah, probably not. I think there's just combos. There are bot lane combos that can outpush the Sivir in lane, but nothing in isolation.
Đó có thể là suy nghĩ đến từ Marble, nhưng Marble sẽ cần phải lưu tâm.
How can you ever win on side without overloading it? See, that's the big question, isn't it? That's what I was saying about these comps. I think that GAM's side lanes are way better. But that if Hawks can somehow navigate their way through mid-game, that they have a better 5v5. Like, if we ever end up in a situation where Hawks and GAM are fighting a straight-up 5v5, I think Hawks should be happy. But I don't think they're ever going to get there. I think GAM's side lanes are too good. Like, Akali into Azir is favored for the Akali on side, Ambessa into Sion is favored for the Ambessa on side. You have Pantheon, who can pressure every side lane because of his semi-global ult. Sivir will have Prio on mid-wave, so, like, I thought that GAM hard won the draft. I would rather be GAM's comp, but I'm just saying, like, if Hawks are going to win this game, it'll be because they have a better 5v5 and GAM try to, like, fight them over an objective and just lose.
Hoàn thành nhiệm vụ đến từ shop ban của mình nó vẫn đang chưa xong. Gaswalk thì đã xong hết rồi. Còn trong đó shop ban của mình sẽ cần thêm một khoảng thời gian nữa. Và trong giai đoạn hiện tại họ vẫn đang đổi đường liên tục. Nó sẽ khiến cho cái khoảng thời gian hoàn thành nhiệm vụ của họ cũng sẽ có một vài cái trục trặc nhẹ, nhưng không sao, tôi cảm giác là đây vẫn chưa phải là cái điều ảnh hưởng nhiều lắm dành cho cả hai.
Okay, now I think they're overcooking with the swap a little bit. This Azir really needs his tier 2 boots, but he doesn't have his role quest done yet. We'll see if he just gets it from some minions.
Và trận đấu này thì Ares anh ta đầu tư một cái dây thủy ngân từ khá là sớm.
But usually I like to leave my mid laner mid until they get their boots and then they can swap around.
Đã có một cái giày bạc trên ngực của Marble rồi. Bây giờ thì có sứ giả tầm khoảng 50 giây nữa mới xuất hiện. Đây sẽ là mục tiêu mà tôi tin rằng cả hai bên đều thèm khát. Khi Aya đường dưới, anh ta cũng sắp hồi cho mình cái dịch chuyển trên người của mình rồi. Nên là sứ giả tỷ lệ cao sẽ có một tình huống mà giao tranh.
Picture this, I would be lying down with my head on your lap as you talk about drafts and team comps to me, and I'd be cross-stitching a Poro while listening to you. Alright, I'm picturing it, now what? Would Braum be useful in place of the cow? So the reason why they picked Alistar is because Alistar has a really good interaction with Sivir later. It's Alistar's combo you can pop the spell shield and still CC her. There's no way for Sivir to spell shield an Alistar combo. You would also have to consider that if they had a Braum instead of an Alistar, they would literally have no engage. Like you would have like some engage with like Sion ult or like Xin Zhao EQ3 or something. But I don't know. I feel like if you had a Braum, it might be difficult for Azir to play the game. If like you end up in a situation where you feel like you're getting out DPS somehow and you really want to engage, but then you just have 0 go buttons. And then also the other thing to remember about Alistar is that Alistar is very good at disengaging. Alistar doesn't actually have to go in. He's really good at just being a body who can like sit with his carries and like knock people away from his carries, or like he can stand in a zone and he's tanky enough with his ultimate that he can just occupy the zone and the enemy team can't walk past him. So I don't know. Like I don't really hate the Alistar pick here that much. Gunblade Varus sounds insane. Yeah, I was already saying I don't like it. Like, Gunblade Varus is strong, for sure. Like, there are a couple of AP Varus builds that are good. Like, he has a Blasting Wand in his inventory. I guess he's building Nashor second. Wait, what the fuck is he building? Wait, is he going... He's probably... like, okay, so he's Blasting Wand and Ruby Crystal. So that builds into Dusk and Dawn. And then I would have to assume that the dagger builds into Berserker Greaves, maybe? But he already has Berserker Greaves. I have no idea what that dagger is doing in his inventory. Because, like, Blasting Wand and dagger is Nashor's Tooth, but Blasting Wand and Ruby Crystal is Dusk and Dawn. Does Dusk and Dawn have a dagger in it? I guess it does. Okay, yeah, he's just going Dusk and Dawn second. Yeah, so AP Varus is really strong right now. Like, it's his highest win rate build and stuff. My issue is that AP Varus has to auto-attack, or otherwise he's like an extremely ultimate reliant champion. And if I'm Varus, I never want to auto-attack in this game. Auto-attacking seems so difficult against these champions, so I would have rather he had gone lethality. And also it makes it really easy for the enemy team to itemize. Like if the enemy team can get some magic resist, they'll feel really good. Because like Varus, by going AP, he's like making the Azir weaker.
Và chắc chắn rồi, số 2 lại một lần nữa là đội bị ép vào cái thế gượng ép. Và kỳ này thì EV bắt buộc phải dịch chuyển, bởi vì nếu như không có EV, không có người che là không che được.
EV bị bắt lại rồi, anh ta mất hơi nhiều máu nhưng anh ta có giáp ở trên của mình với cái dịch trụ của mình. Bọc sau đang là
Always thought AP Azir was Dusk and Dawn into Nashers. It is, but there are builds with Gunblade in it. Like if you look up Azir stats, you will find builds with Gunblade Varus in it. Like early Gunblade.
Cái thế này là giống ván 1 nhưng GAM Esports đã làm tốt hơn rất nhiều.
Và quan trọng là
Hawks has no attack damage. Yeah, I mean, they don't. That is correct.
Chính vì thế mà Ares được quyền chọn mục tiêu và ta xác định đánh tới chết mục tiêu đó và ta đúng với câu.
Like the only logic is that
mà
you just think Azir can pump enough damage by himself anyway. Like if you just think that AP Varus is that broken that you have to go it, and then you just trust Azir's damage. But at this point, I think GAM should just win the game. Doesn't seem playable to me. Unless GAM like fuck up their side lanes really badly, they should just win. We all know magic resist items are OP. This is true. Magic resist items are like disproportionately stronger than tank items at doing their job. But the reason why, or not tank items, magic resist items are disproportionately stronger than armor items at doing their job. But armor items tend to be more useful anyway because there's a lot more physical damage in the game than magic damage in most games.
Lợi thế đang là vô cùng nhiều dành cho GAM Esports với 2k6 tiền cách biệt và hãy nhìn vào Artemis đi kìa.
But like if you can ever find yourself in a game where like enemy team is full AP and you can just go like 3 magic resist items, you feel genuinely unfucking killable. Like it's like so unplayable for the magic damage stacking team. Looks like Hawks drafted best champs without considering anything else. Pretty much, yeah. They B1'd Varus and then went Azir. Like, what I was saying in draft is that I think that the only way that Hawks can get their way out of that situation, because GAM wine-picked Ambessa top, is that you just have to play the Varus into the Ambessa, and then you can find a different bot counter pick. But even then, I don't think you can come away with anything winning, because you still lose all of your side lanes. Like, Varus will win lane, but he still can't side lane against any of those champions without just getting one shot, or like collapsed on by the Pantheon. So I don't know. I don't think Hawks could have done anything after their first 3, unless GAM screw up. Well, that's pretty cool. Varus just got a random shutdown.
Đâu có gì để tranh chấp đâu. Và tình huống nhảy đó là tình huống nhảy đến từ Rakta để cho đối phương có màn hạ gục thứ 2. Marble có được màn hạ gục thứ 2 và nhất là anh ta đang cải thiện về mặt trang bị khá là nhiều ở trong những giai đoạn sắp tới.
Can you make another 10 out of 10 moments, games, or video on teams that executed their comps perfectly? That is incredibly time consuming. I don't think I would have time for that, like just based on all the things I have to do this year. You disagree? ADC especially lately have been the main sauce in teams like Gala, Elf Pace, Crown, even Ice. That's not what I was saying. ADCs do the most damage in this meta. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that if you have Azir specifically in your team comp, and only Azir, and no other champion, just Azir, your primary damage dealer becomes the Azir, no matter what. Doesn't matter what bot lane champion you pick. Like, if you have an Azir on your team, Azir is your damage. And you should draft around the Azir. Any other mid laner, most of your damage is coming from your bot lane. In team fights. That's all I was saying.
Chỉ cần họ đánh clean ở trong con rồng bản lề tiếp theo thôi thì đó sẽ là một cái cơ hội để họ có thể snowball ván đấu.
Rõ ràng, bởi vì sát thương của họ vẫn đang đánh giá cao hơn. Chúng ta nhìn vào Ares đang
Drakthar just DoorDashed a shutdown to Varus. Yeah, but I don't really think it's gonna matter, to be honest. What is Varus gonna do with that shutdown?
Sát thương đó thì chắc chắn là cái sự bùng nổ từ Ares là có 2-0 bị cây đây. Còn trong cái đó thì Aria thì rất là anh ấy rồi. Cái anh ta cần bây giờ là phải làm sao để có thể gây được thêm nhiều lượng sát thương. Chỉ có điều là bây giờ anh ta thọt nhiều quá, 0-2-0 và đang thua 1,5k tiền. Mà giờ đây thì từ nãy giờ chúng ta có thể nhận thức là Ares đang nhắm một mình, anh ta có thể gây sát thương mà thôi.
Vâng, trên để được Kia về, nhưng Kia cố gắng chạy về.
Okay, Arya threw that ult in basically like the worst location he possibly could have. He threw it in the only way that the ambassador wouldn't be shoved into the Hawks team comp. Well, this is what happens when Azir steps up past river in side lane. Unfortunate. You blink and there are 5 members of GAM on the Azir's head. Side lane seems pretty playable to me.
Thực sự rất khó dành cho bên phía của số bàn của mình. Và lại một lần nữa Avi đang muốn làm cái gì đó đây. Marble đang từ đằng sau. Xong xin lỗi bạn là Marble đang có người nhìn anh ta từ đằng sau lưng.
Oh wait, Akali's one shot here. Okay, that wasn't amazing. It's like still fine, but could have been better.
Họ đã thành công trong việc ngăn cản GAM Esports ăn Baron. 1-1 vẫn là ổn dành cho bên phía của SHG.
Ares tự tin vất nhờ. Không có sát chiêu hoàn hảo nhưng mà anh ta khá tự tin và đứng bên trong vòng khói, nhưng mà hình như khống chế.
These are some feminine player names. Arya, Evi, Kiaya, Taki. Okay, but have you considered that Taki is our resident Yaoi enthusiast? Did you guys see like the BL drama skit that Secret Whales pulled before Worlds last year? That was crazy. Okay. Well, GAM can lose if they keep playing like this. No, but that sounds fire. Here, I'll try to pull it up. Let me look for it.
GAM Esports cần phải câu giờ tầm khoảng 20 giây cho Đắc hồi sinh và anh ta không có trời sập trên người của mình. Thế thì họ sẽ phải làm gì đây? Poro được khởi động bởi SHG. Aftermiss cùng với Ares ra bọc sau. Nhưng mặt của họ là không đẹp.
Yeah, I should probably like watch what's going on with this Baron before I do that. I mean, GAM have no jungler. They just have to win a fight or bust. But I think that Hawks have a better 5v5. Let's see what happens. Maybe GAM are just wallet diffing. I mean, Azir's pumping. Let's see if they can protect the Azir. Okay, well, I mean, honestly, could have been worse. Actually, couldn't have been much better. I think GAM got away with basically the best situation they could have gotten out of this. They're really lucky that it ended up like this. Alright, let's see.
Chạy được không? Anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng chạy. Liệu anh ta có một tình huống mà 4-4 đây không? Ôi trụ bắn 2-3 phát rồi. Van Mồm sẽ cố gắng bỏ chạy bằng mọi giá. Đánh hoàng thông nổ để có thể di chuyển. Và anh ta đang muốn bỏ trốn. Bởi vì anh ta nghĩ rằng nếu như anh ta nằm xuống ở trong nhịp độ này thì Baron Van Mồm quay ra làm cái gì thế? Anh ta say hai với Đắc và anh ta đang tác động vật lý vào chỗ của con mùa xanh. Đắc vẫn đang tiếp tục dí theo. Van Mồm vẫn đang trong bài hát ở đố anh bắt được em. Và Van Mồm vẫn về được. Mặc dù lâu lâu có mấy tình huống quay qua nghía Đắc một cái.
Và đừng quên là cái giày của Van Mồm thì tốc độ di chuyển nó vẫn là nhỉnh hơn so với Đắc với cái giày thủy ngắn trên người của mình. Nhưng không sao cả, dù sao thì GAM Esports họ vẫn lời cho phát.
Wow, the team secret Twitter account posts like 15 times a day. Jesus.
Một pha thi đấu mà Arya chủ động phân trên hạ đẩy Kia về, nhưng cú đẩy là không quá đẹp khi bờ tường nó quá dày đi. Hành cước công khai để có thể kích hoạt nội tại lướt một nhịp đến từ Kia. Dịch chuyển đáp xuống hồi mã thương đến từ Ares ở phía sau. Nhưng bán nguyệt thương bó hốc đẩy đối phương ra một nhịp thì Ares vẫn có tốc biến hành cước công khai lao vào nhẹ nhàng có mạng của Arya thành công. Mở ra Baron dành cho bên phía của GAM Esports.
Và trong cái thế Baron đó thì rõ ràng các thành viên của GAM Esports họ là đội đánh rất là tốt, với cái câu chuyện là trước đó họ đã phải hy sinh bất Đắc rồi. Nhưng lượng sát thương vẫn là cái cần phải nhắc. Tầm này Arya đang thọt đồ cho nên cái khả năng mà hạ gục Baron nó không đủ nhanh để giúp cho bên phía của số hàng miền vừa có được Baron sau đó chạy về mà vẫn an toàn. Họ phải hy sinh nhưng họ còn không bắt được Baron. Họ còn hy sinh cực kỳ nhiều người ở trong tình huống đó. Nó khiến cho những cái nhịp lỡ farm đến từ bên phía của số miền đây đã tệ, còn tệ hơn theo thời gian. Một cú trời sập cực đẹp nhắm thẳng và giao tranh tiếp tục mở ra.
Có cho mình đó khung ca lan tỏa, khống chế một thành viên đối phương đó chính là Van 1 và Van 1 tiếp tục nằm xuống chân
Alright, what's happening here? I'm like still staring at my second monitor. They're fighting another straight up 5v5. I didn't really see what happened because I wasn't paying attention, but this is like fighting straight up 5v5s is like the one thing GAM don't want to do, but they're just outplaying.
Họ sẽ cố gắng sở hữu được con Baron này và nó sẽ được con Baron free khi mà cái trừng phạt duy nhất của bên phía của số bàn của mình đang nằm trên bệ đá cổ rồi. Chính vì vậy mà GAM sẽ nhẹ nhàng có được con Baron này mà thôi. Nó vẫn là lý thuyết của lượng sát thương đến số bàn của mình nó đang yếu quá. Mà Poro, bởi vì ở trong giai đoạn này là Amdasa, là Pantheon, là Akali, ba con này nhảy vào thì Marble sống kiểu gì. Chính vì vậy anh ta phải ngó sang món trang bị thứ ba cũng là cái đồng hồ. Điều này khiến cho anh ta bị chậm nhịp về mặt sát thương, chậm nhịp về mặt trang bị, và từ đó thì khả năng có thể dứt điểm một thành viên của đối phương đến từ Marble nó đang ở một mức độ cực kỳ chậm. Và Aria đồng ý là anh ta đã có được ngọn lửa hắc hóa rồi, nhưng rõ ràng bởi vì anh ta thuật độ quá nặng so với món trang bị thứ ba đó từ đối phương nữa. Chính vì vậy mà khả năng game của số Văn Nguyên đã yếu, nay càng cực kỳ yếu khi họ phải lo phòng thủ mà không thể nào tấn công với một lượng sát thương nó quá khủng khiếp đến từ bộ ba nửa cánh trên.
Và chưa kể đến là hãy nhìn Kia kìa, anh ta có hồi máu của Taki, anh ta vẫn có thể về được thành công. Ares luôn luôn tràn vào giữa đùi đối phương, bật bom khói lên và đối phương chỉ biết cắm đầu chạy thôi.
Không chế được. Đội này đến từ số không biết là cực kỳ khó chơi khi mà họ đang bị đưa vào trong một cái thế vô vọng hoàn toàn. Phòng thủ thì để coi coi là
Oh my god, I found it.
Phòng thủ là không đồng ý là họ đang có một Aria.
I found the video. We did it. Alright, here, I'll play it next time I get a chance.
Tấn công thẳng vào công trình thứ hai, đường giữa, đường trên và đường dưới. Điều này là cơ hội được mở toang ra để giúp cho
So I can't believe Deep Cross lost to Ground Zero. Well, I think Deep Cross started out with like a lot of stage nerves. Like that team looked very, very nervous for their first few games. But then once they found their footing, they've been a lot better. Back then, Invest is building Death Stance instead of Maw kind of criminal. Yes, that is absolutely fucking insane. Death Stance gives a lot of effective HP from the heals and stuff. Yes, but Maw gives a disgusting amount of effective HP from the massive amounts of Omnivamp it gives you as soon as the passive gets popped.
Anh ta cảm giác là đổi chát tầm này thì thôi, cứ ráng lấy được cái trụ một đường trên, kiếm tí câu kinh tế. Còn hơn là
Well, I guess that's not really effective HP, but it makes you, Maw makes you significantly tankier in the Death Stance. Even in games where there's like a 50-50 split of physical damage and magic damage, Maw is still just like OP. Also, Taki doesn't know how Flash Seraphine ult works. Nice. Oh, Arya. That is the LCP Azir right there. Alright, GG. 2-0 from GAM. I thought the Baby Hawks could make it interesting, but they unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, because I don't like the Hawks, but they got stomped. Anyways, now it's time for the significantly more important thing than this game, which is this video. It's so peak. This is why Secret Wales was my favorite team last year. This is it. This is it right here. But yeah, just wanted you all to see that. Absolute LCP cinema was that video.
Clean đến từ GAM Esports, chỉ có một chút những cái sai số đến từ đối hạ thôi, nhưng mọi thứ vẫn đang là ổn.
Còn trong khi đó thì chúng ta có thể nhìn thấy được rõ ràng việc lên trang bị đến từ Marble là có ý tưởng, nhưng vấn đề ở đây là
with ideas like that, how didn't they win Worlds? It's Null's fault, I'm telling you. If Psychopathic Poro was coaching Team Secret Wales, they would have made it through Swiss stage. On my soul.
Không thể nào có thể dừng ở mỗi giáp tank Sacker mà ta phải chuyển hẳn sang các đồng hồ để có thể đảm bảo ở trong những nhịp giao tranh liên tục theo thời gian. Và từ đó thì sao? Từ đó thì anh ta thua hoàn toàn trong những nhịp
Also, that's not even true. I don't think I'm good enough to coach tier 1 team.
Phải nói là một trận đấu mà cực kỳ clean của GAM Esports. 2-0 dành cho GAM Esports cực kỳ xứng đáng.
I'm really good at yapping about draft and like understanding how drafts should interact with each other and understanding on paper what drafts are winning and why. But in the moment, I'm not actually that good at drafting. I'm pretty bad at, well, I don't want to say I'm pretty bad. I'm pretty mediocre at, in the moment, considering all of the different champions that are available and like picking the best in slot stuff.
mà ván 2 này thì rất nhanh.
Like I need to improve a lot at that, and the only way that I could do that is by doing it more. So like as much as I criticize Null's drafts, I would definitely end up with some fucking mega stinker drafts. I would end up with some giga horrible drafts if I tried to draft in tier 1. Like there would be some coaches who would just run circles around me off cooldown. How was the rest so handsome? That's what I'm saying. You would not be crying like Null, yeah. That's the one edge I have over Null is I will never take no accountability for our losses. I would never scapegoat all 5 of my players and say that I did nothing wrong. Like Doomby used black magic to mind control his enemies when he was on Nautilus mid or Pike mid or whatever. I don't think he played Pike mid. I think he played Nautilus mid, and teams played Pike mid as a counter. Is what I remember. Is that like G2 attempted Pike mid as a counter to the Nautilus, but I don't remember Doomby playing Pike mid.
Hello, xin chào Ratha, xin chào mừng các bạn đã đến với phòng phỏng vấn của chúng tôi và xin chúc mừng các bạn đã có được chiến thắng ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi. Đầu tiên xin mời bạn để chào tất cả khán giả cũng như là chia sẻ cảm xúc của mình sau chiến thắng nhé.
Xin chào mọi người, em là Ratha. Cảm xúc của em thì
Is Pike mid actually counter for Nautilus mid? It was back then, because Pike's E used to damage minions, so he actually had good wave clear. And you could play like Pike mid, Pike top and stuff. Nowadays it would never be, like nowadays if you tried playing Pike mid into Nautilus mid, you'd get fucking rolled. It's Giga Jover for the LJL hope to make playoffs. I think Hawks can still make playoffs, can't they? I don't think DFM can ever do it, but
lúc đó tụi em hướng dí theo á nên là
yeah, I think wait, if Ground Zero lose to CFO and Vikings, which I think they should, and then if Hawks beat DFM, Hawks make it into playoffs, right? Like if I'm looking at this, because they're both like Ground Zero's 2 and 3, Hawks are 2 and 4 because they just lost. So if Hawks beat DFM, they'll end 3 and 4. And if Ground Zero lose to CFO and Vikings, they'll be 2 and 5. So Ground Zero would be 7th and Hawks would be 6th. So I think that's what we should expect to happen. And then the only question mark is if Ground Zero can lock in against Vikings. I think Ground Zero will probably lose to CFO no matter what. But if Ground Zero can lock in against Vikings and win, then they make playoffs because they have the head-to-head, I believe. No, they don't have the head-to-head. Wait. They don't have the head-to-head. So how does this work? Do they go by game score? Like to determine a tiebreaker? Because if it's game score, then Ground Zero would make it. But if they go by series score, then the Hawks have the head-to-head. But realistically, what should happen is Ground Zero should lose both of their series, and Hawks should beat DFM, and then Hawks will qualify for playoffs, and Ground Zero won't. That would be my guess right now.
Nên là em có chút áp lực và em hiện tại vẫn chưa làm tốt.
Isn't it by points?
Em sẽ cố gắng trong những vòng
I can't imagine that points override series score, and if they do, then this is the shittiest format of all time.
Thấy được sự vững chãi của bạn trong phía đội hình của GAM Esports. Lời cuối bạn có lời nào muốn gửi đến những người hâm mộ của mình hay không, Ratha?
Em xin cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi và cổ vũ cho GAM. Hy vọng mọi người sẽ cổ vũ cho những trận tiếp theo.
Xin cảm ơn bạn một lần nữa. Xin chúc mừng các bạn đã có được chiến thắng và chúc cho các bạn sẽ thi đấu thật là tốt trong tất cả những trận còn lại của LCP để có thể đạt được thành tích cao nhất nha.
Googled it, Kled, Nautilus, Malphite. Yeah, Doomby always has played stuff like that. Like his best champions over the course of his career are like Aurelia mid, Lee Sin mid. He played a lot of Kled. He didn't find too much success on it, but he played a lot of Kled. Like at Worlds, he was playing Nautilus and Malphite and stuff. I think he only played one game of Malphite at Worlds. But yeah, he played a lot of Nautilus at Worlds that year.
Cái ly đó có phải là của tôi không hay là của người khác? Ok.
Tôi rất sợ là tôi với chị nghĩ sai. Tôi đã trong khoảng thời gian mà chuyển cam qua chị nghĩ tôi
I think DFM will beat D-Cross. Based opinion. They've got this. I believe in them. I don't know. Okay, so More loop station, baby. I like this wild card a lot. This is a good one.
Hi, I'm Nils, and this is my wildcard for the GBB 2025 World League for the Loop Station category. I really hope you like it.
Did you know that Doomby only picked Malphite because he wanted to, because it's his wife's favorite champion and she wanted a skin, so he gave her the Malphite skin.
Let's go.
I really like that one. Let's see, are we in draft yet? No, we're not. Not even close. All right, cool. This one beat the other one because it isn't blocking a bike lane, on God. This is one that I really liked as well.
Yo, my name is Shima from Japan, and this is Loop category wildcard for the GBA 2024 World League. Let's go.
And this was from like 2 years ago, or last year or something. Probably closer to 2 years. Yeah, February 29th, 2024. I was a really big fan of that one in 2024, and unfortunately it didn't make it in. So sad. Are we getting into the 2v2? Is this what's happening? Or are they just talking about the like pre-game analysis stuff? I was requested to, one of my friends wanted me to show you guys this one. So I'll do that. I was like kind of lukewarm on this one, but they really liked it, so you guys can hear it.
Loop station category.
Saijo has some of like the best rounds ever, though. Saijo's rounds are really good. We'll just check in to make sure they're not starting anything of importance over on the LCP broadcast.
Raindrops in the mountains, whispers in your ear, millions I stop counting. Oh, I wonder why we're here. Raindrops, they keep falling, time's just passing by. Whispers, they are calling my name till the day that I die. She's calling me. Raindrops. Raindrops in the mountains, whispers that call your name, they call up your name.
Is this all improv? No, this is a wild card for a competition. So like the way that the GBB loop station category works is that like hundreds of people will submit wild cards, like wild card rounds, and then the best ones are the people who get to like participate in the actual tournament. But yeah, this was a round that I was like, the first time I listened to it, I was more lukewarm on it. I think I liked it more the second time. But I had a friend who really liked it, and she wanted me to play it on stream if I was going to show loop station stuff, so.
Được các ván đấu so với Deep Cross thì câu chuyện rất là bình thường. Còn ngược lại DFM là cái đội nếu như mà ví như kẻ săn mồi và con mồi ấy, thì họ đang là một con mồi hơi vô hại. Cho nên là rất
honestly, they're probably going to sit around and like take a while to get into the 2v2. I'll show you guys a round from Saijo that I liked a lot more personally. Because like Saijo has some rounds that I think are like insanely good. So this one he made back in 2023. Also, back in 2023, there was like a lot less options of what you could do, so trust me, this was incredibly impressive for its time. Like, you could probably pull it off today more easily, but 3 years ago, this shit was like extremely innovative.
In the middle, I know it makes me feel unhappy, but then I keep on with this life. I wake up every morning and I look up to the sky.
I don't think Saijo has the strongest vocals ever, but it's fine.
I don't want to feel like that. I never want to hold you back like a maniac with a heart attack now.
Most loopers don't have the strongest vocals ever, because they expect all of their skill points into other things.
You said
Yeah, I really like that wildcard. Alright, let's see what we got going on in the 2v2s. We have Trindamere Xin Zhao versus Jace Brand. Should the Jace Brand not just hard win, or am I missing something?
Chơi bóc rồi.
Có khống chế để đẩy ra.
Number 1 Sylvie beat number 2 this guy, number 3 bike lane guy, number 1 the number 4 the one before this. Okay, but what about the Japanese guy who did like the break core beat? Where does that one go?
Bộ skill của Brand khá là dễ trúng, nhưng vấn đề của cặp đôi Brand và Jay là đừng để đối phương tiếp cận được, tại vì ăn một cái phong lôi thương là cảm giác là khó về đấy.
Also, the one that Nils did, which was like the softer one, that what was the thing that the one person said about it? That was like, it sounded like how it felt to be on Fent or something, was like what the person in chat said, which like I think is like a crazy comparison. But either way, that guy, he did that round live in the competition, and it sounded so fucking good live. Like, it sounded insanely good live. Unfortunately, I can't show you because Swiss Beatbox is stupid. But it's all good.
Con Trindamere chưa có chuẩn men trong 5 giây thì cũng hơi hèn. Hơi hèn. Khó chịu. Tại vì á, cái câu chuyện mà lao vào của con Xin Zhao cùng với con Brand á.
But yeah, I feel like Brand Jace should just win this. Double ranged against double melee, and both the ranged champions have self-heal, so unlucky. What is the 2v2 for? It's for side selection. Winning team gets to pick either what side they want, or if they want first pick or second pick. That's strange. It is a little bit strange. In the LPL, they did this for Game 5. Like, if it was Game 5 of a series, LPL would do 1v1s to determine side selection, but LCP just does it at the start of the series for some reason.
Cái khả năng tiếp cận đến từ Deep Rose Gaming ở thời điểm hiện tại là không có.
Tốc độ lấy chủ.
Họ mà lao vào á là họ bị trả sát thương, mà sát thương họ vào người của hai thành viên kia là không đủ.
Okay, why did the Jace... Okay, so the Jace accelerated shock blast and missed, and it did no damage, and then he auto-attacked the Xin Zhao one time, and the auto-attack did like fucking 300 damage. What the fuck was that? No wonder Jace is broken. His auto-attacks do 10 billion damage. Nice. LPL used to do it for every match, but it got old really quickly. Did LPL do it for every match? I thought they only did it for Game 5s. But yeah, I mean, like, LCP did 1v1s for side selects at the start of every series last year, and I got really tired of it really quickly. But honestly, the 2v2s are a little bit better. I mean, like, I don't hate them as much. They're like a little bit faster paced, and you get like way more creative stuff.
Khó nhờ, đánh luôn thì mất mạng, đi về thì mất trụ.
Họ không ngờ tới. Họ không ngờ tới đối phương bút cầm này.
Hay á.
Second pick, blue side. DFM họ sẽ có được cái lực counter pick. Nhưng mà nhìn vào đội hình của họ là counter pick có giá trị không ta?
At this point, just make it an ARAM. Okay, but what do you make the rules in order to speed it up? Hear me out. ARAM, first to 1 kill. Or first turret.
Một lượt counter pick để ít nhất là không rùng với đường dưới. Tại vì về đỏ tay, nó có chênh lệch rõ ràng giữa hai xạ thủ là Phân cùng với cả Kakun. Cho nên là vị trí hỗ trợ sẽ là người đỡ cái phần landing.
Sounds pretty fire, but yeah, we saw like Silas Tarek, although the team that tried Silas Tarek was fucking terrible at it, but like we saw somebody try Silas Tarek, we saw Singed Cassio, we saw Rengar Ivern.
Chờ coi đuôi có lọt hay không thôi, dù hơi khó một tí nhưng mà
all sorts of crazy stuff.
2v2 vừa rồi rất hay, rất là thú vị. trong việc lựa chọn tướng đến từ DFM. Tôi nghĩ rằng các đội của VZ cũng có thể
Then you have someone to pick on for the rest of the series for getting picked out. True.
Nhưng mà cái vấn đề là khi bạn muốn pick brand thì
Pay to watch T1 and Genji play ARAM against each other. I would not watch T1 and Genji play ARAM against each other unless it was full tryhard.
Dễ đoán á, biết là chắc chắn.
I would pay to watch T1 and Genji play a full tryhard ARAM against each other. But the problem is that like we've seen T1 and Genji players do like show match stuff before, and they never take it seriously. Like they always just sandbag it. But I would love to see some like for fun formats where teams take it as seriously as possible.
Dạ đúng rồi.
Hai người đánh solo là
Bên này thì cười rất tươi.
Carrio's on Demon Time on ARAM with the T1 roster. Yeah, but like for example, the show matches that LCK did to kick off the season, where the teams drafted rosters based on like roles. Like it was like top laners versus mid laners, and you'd have like 5 top laners on a team versus 5 mid laners, and then they would like disperse across the map. Like that sounds so fun if everybody was tryharding, but like the players clearly were not tryharding, so it's like it's not. I don't know. I don't find it fun to watch players who aren't tryharding. But like I think if players tryhard fun formats, it could be like awesome. Fuck, Carrier try pretty hard. Yeah, but like for example, the team who won, the mid lane team, right? They didn't put Chovy top. The fact that you have Chovy on your team and you don't put him top, by default means that Chovy wasn't tryharding. Like I don't care what you say. Like if they were actually tryharding, they would have put Chovy top. But like Chovy was literally saying in comms at one point, he was like, I don't want to play top again. I did that last year. It's like, okay, nice. So it is just a for fun tournament. All right, Varus out, Jace out. Yeah, Rumble first pick is fine. I would assume the response here is going to be Azir Cassante. There's the Azir. Cassante's been the basic matchup into Rumble. I think there are other matchups you can go into Rumble. Like, I've personally been a believer that like if teams blind pick Rumble, that going Ornn is better. I think Azir Ornn is a better 1-2 into Rumble than Azir Cassante, but it's not gonna happen. They're picking Cassante on 2 here. Almost guaranteed. Actually, maybe they don't. Momo's played a couple of weird things. Maybe he'll pick some different shit. Ah, yeah, there's the Cassante. Alright, yeah. Put the Cassante in the bag. What did Deep Cross go here? This is where you'd want junglers who can go like some kind of setup. So maybe you'd pick Vi. Yeah, there's the Vi. I think Vi's a little bit of a weird game 1 champion, but if you have a Rumble, it makes a lot of sense to go Vi. Then you probably pick your other top side here. You could go Ahri if you really wanted to. You could try it. You could try like Ahri. You could try Akali would be decent here. Yone, I'm down for. Just like anything that has some mobility in lane that can play with the Vi, and then that gives you a strong mid jungle pairing. So I think that Deep Cross's 1-2-3 makes sense. I'm down for that. You could have also gone Talia, yeah. Yeah, Vi Talia combo. And then DFM are going to go Nico on 3. So Nico support does have high prio. I think if you're going to go this, you have to ban Karma. I think Nico is a really bad support matchup into Karma, and she has a not preferable matchup into Bard, so if DFM end up just banning Karma Bard, I think that's fine. And then I guess if you're Deep Cross, maybe you would ban like Braum or something. Oh, wait, no, you wouldn't because they've locked in Nico support. I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. What would you ban if you're Deep Cross? I don't know. Ban Kai'Sa maybe? If you don't want them to have Kai'Sa Nico? Okay, so there's Bard ban. If DFM don't ban Karma, I think you can go Karma as Deep Cross. You can go like Ezreal Karma, you could go Sivir Karma, you could go like literally any Karma lane you want, and you would hard win lane. And then I think having the Vi Yone is enough engage. But yeah, Deep Cross should probably ban Kaiser here unless they want to play into it. Like, you can play into Kaiser Nico if you have a Karma lane, but I think that pretty much anything else and Kaiser Nico is not something you want to just give over for free. So I think they should ban Kaiser here. Deep Cross is kind of AD heavy. No, because the AD champions that they have are all good at setting up the Rumble Equalizer. So as long as you get value out of the Equalizer, you have enough magic damage. And they should, because they have Vi Yone who can both set up the Equalizer well. At least in my opinion. Like, you could argue that they should have picked a magic damage champion. I think that your other options could have been, like, you could have gone Akali here. And Akali's worse at setting up the Rumble, and then you're looking at like only Vi setup. I guess the one problem with going Akali is that if you go Akali, you kind of need more engage other than just Vi, or your dive comp is like really fake, so it gives you less options. Whereas like Yone's also got engage, so opens up the opportunity to like pick crazier bot lanes. I'm kind of curious. Okay, so DFM don't go Kai'Sa on 4. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this. So, Deep Cross, they're gonna go Kai'Sa so that way they can deny it from DFM, who really should have picked it on 4 and they just didn't. And then they're gonna grab Alistar because it's a weak lane against Nico, but you counter Nico later. Like Alistar knocking away Nico ult is really good for the Alistar team. Is Janna viable against Nico? Maybe. I can see like where you're coming from, because the Janna ult can knock away the Nico R. Like, it can be a good counter engage. I'm skeptical if you would find enough value from Janna in lane, or if you would just lose lane the same way that you would on other useful disengaged champions. Because like the difference with Karma and Bard is that you can actually win lane against Nico with Karma and Bard. Like you can get push against Nico lanes with those champions. Unless the Alistar knocks Nico into the team. True. Yeah, I don't hate the Deep Cross comp. I think it's fine. And then also by having Kai'Sa, you're solving your lack of magic damage issue. If you did think that there was one, Kai'Sa does enough hybrid damage that they definitely have enough magic damage now. I think there are some problems with the draft. I think it could be hard to get Kai'Sa through the lane phase without being too far behind, because Vi's kind of AFK early, so DFM could look to try to like set up bot push. They could try to stack waves and then have Pantheon sit there and threaten a dive, and then they win 3v3 early, so the Kai'Sa could bleed resources that way. That's a way that DFM could get ahead. I think the fact that they have Pantheon Azir means that you can play for side lane kill pressure. Like, honestly, with the Cassandre too. Cassandre doesn't have damage on side with his ult. So yeah, they can play for side lane pressure. The Rumble and the Yone are gonna have to be really safe on side. For Yone, it's pretty easy, but Rumble might end up becoming a target. But that said, I think that Rumble is a very strong champion right now, and I think that Deep Cross's team comp sets up the Rumble very nicely. And then they also have like a dive identity, and I think that their dive is pretty strong with like the Vi, Yone, Kai'Sa. So I think they can win for sure if they can find good picks or if they have good target selection in team fights. And then I also just think that Yone is a winning lane matchup into Azir. It's the same deal as Akali. You're supposed to kind of go negative health in lane, but you trade evenly, you give up push, and then you have like crazy threat on side lane, which is mitigated a bit by the Pantheon. I think the fact that Pantheon is in this game is fairly nice for the Azir. Makes Azir's life easier, but generally you would favor the Yone on side lane over the Azir.
Và sau có blue thì chắc là anh ta sẽ
Honestly, I think I would rather be DFM's comp slightly, but I don't dislike what Deep Cross have, and I think Deep Cross will win the game. So yeah, that's all I really got for the draft for these two teams. Did DFM switch up the roster? Yeah, they did. They changed 3 players. They changed their top laner, their mid laner, and their support. They went from Harp to Gang, Arya to Kane, and Ray Farky to Momo. Dr. Poro, please give me the diagnosis. Is TFM cooked? I might be stupid. What is TFM? DFM. Oh. Yes, they are. Like in the league, if you're talking about, like, are DFM cooked in the LCP? Yes. Don't know how you feel about the exhaust on Yone. I'm okay with it. I think he mainly took it for the Pantheon, actually. Like, if he's trying to fight a zero on side and the Pantheon comes, or Pantheon ganks him in lane or something. But he also might have just taken it against the Azir for the kill pressure, but generally you can go not teleport on mid lane because home guards are OP. So I don't hate it. I think it's fine. Do you feel your predictions about Deep Cross have come true? What were my predictions about Deep Cross again? Like, are you talking about like from my power rankings video, like way back when?
Cũng như là tránh việc anh ta bị ganh bởi Citrus về phía bên kia. Và bây giờ thì con cua trên nó sẽ thuộc kiểm soát của Decos Gaming, còn cua dưới đã được ăn bởi DFM, còn đường trên
like, I think the Deep Cross have definitely surprised me a little bit. I thought they would take more time to actually be functional. Florin has been way better than I was expecting. Like he's essentially playing about as well as I thought he was going to play, maybe like split 2 or something. So really happy about that. Everything else I said about the team is probably reasonable, although I will say that Pop 9 is a little bit more of an enter than I thought he was. I didn't realize that Pop 9 was so coin flippy. I feel like he like throws a lot of games, and I don't like that. So yeah, not a Pop 9 believer, but everybody else on the team is either equal to where I thought they would be, or like better. Casante's taking a beating. Yeah, Momo is not very good at laning. Momo has lost lane to almost everybody he's played against. How is Azir up this much already? Yeah, this is not how the matchup should be looking. Generally, there are ways for the Yone to go even. Although maybe that's not necessarily true anymore, because... Oh, no, the reason why Yone is behind is because Pantheon passed through mid, that's why. Pantheon, he like did his camps and then he passed through mid and the Yone got zoned off of the wave for a while. Sorry, I like forgot that happened.
Nó khiến cho anh ta bây giờ đã khó, nó càng khó hơn. Khi mà Hông Xua bắt đầu có được những cái món trang bị để có thể gia tăng cái tốc độ đánh rồi, thì chắc chắn là khả năng giải quyết lính từ Hông Xua.
And then the Vi tried to pass through and do the same thing, but teleport gap. Chovy played this exact matchup on Sunday. Yeah, it's one of the matchups into Azir that I think are good.
Và bây giờ Pop này đã có mặt ở đây hỗ trợ đồng đội của mình. Khi anh ta phá mắt, anh ta bị đọt, anh ta bị đấm và anh ta sẽ phải là điểm số chiến công đầu thuộc về Hồng Xô.
Trông có vẻ hơi
good timer to punish the Azir.
Dễ ở trong tình huống vừa rồi luôn. Hai bên lượng tầm nhìn đang không có.
But yeah, Yone versus Azir has been a pretty... I don't want to call it a staple matchup because it doesn't really show up that much, but it's been like a well-known counter pick for a very long time. Because Azir used to be a strong laner, but I don't remember exactly when the patch was, but maybe it was like 2 years ago. Like a year or two ago, they nerfed the shit out of Azir's laning. The main thing was, I believe it was like early game W was hit. I think that they like maybe increased his Q mana cost or something like that. They did a bunch of stuff. They made his lane phase really bad, and then they buffed his scaling. And ever since they did that, Yone and Akali became considered good matchups into Azir, because the people perceive it as Azir cannot do enough damage to them to break through their fleet D-shield second wind. So the Yone and the Akali get a free lane phase, and then they can pressure the Azir on side lane. It's weird thinking of Q max poke Azir. True. I actually forgot that was a thing, yeah. That was the meta build at the time. Didn't they fuck him up by trying to make Q max a thing instead of W max? No, they tried to make W max a thing, but they kept on making the wrong changes. And then they eventually got it right by just like straight up killing Azir's early game is how they finally managed to do it. Which, to my knowledge, a lot of people still don't like, because it makes Azir like borderline unplayable in solo queue. Like, Azir is not really a playable solo queue champion.
Bây giờ anh ta sẽ cố gắng dọn lính thật nhanh và tốc độ clear lính đến từ Poro cực nhanh, đường giữa xuất hồn lao vào từ kiếm tấn công bằng Kenny. Kenny đau quá rồi. Thật sự là áp lực ở đường giữa đang là cực kỳ lớn sau khi Hồng Xua hoàn.
What's your opinion on the K'Sante Rumble matchup? Should be nerf both Actually, I think K'Sante is in a fine spot right now. I think that pro teams have just tunneled in on the matchup too much. But there are plenty of things you can go to Rumble. Like, maybe you can argue that Rumble needs to be nerfed. But honestly, I think that Rumble will naturally fall out of the meta if you buff AD mids, nerf control mages, or nerf AD junglers. If you did any of those things individually, I think it would take Rumble out of the meta, because if you go Rumble, you need setup from your teammates. Like, it's preferable if you have an engaged support. It's preferable that you have CC from both your jungler and your mid laner, because you really want to set up the equalizer. So if we end up in a meta where those champions aren't as strong, I think Rumble will naturally fall out a bit. But in terms of like answers into Rumble, I think there's plenty. Like there are plenty of answers that I think are better than K'Sante. So one really obvious one, because K'Sante is a tank, I think Ornn is a free matchup for Rumble, and I think that Ornn is a better tank than K'Sante right now. So I like it when teams answer Ornn into Rumble, which like never happens in pro play these days, but I think it's good. So you can do that. You can answer Sion into Rumble if you think that Sion is a better tank than K'Sante. You can go Galio into Rumble, which Galio is like a little bit more niche. You need more specific team comps to make him function well, but Galio can stonewall the Rumble matchup. If you want a hard lane counter, you can go Aurora, and Aurora will just stomp Rumble in lane, but then you have to deal with the fact that you have an Aurora top on your team, which can make how you navigate mid and late game complicated. Yeah, there are other matchups too, like those aren't the only ones, but oh, you can go like Aurelia as well, and attempt to play to shit stomp Rumble if you really want. But it's always really risky to play Aurelia in competitive, because like if one thing goes wrong for the Aurelia, she's just useless for the rest of the game. Why don't more pro teams draft Ornn? There's a few things. Teams will never blind pick Ornn, because Ornn has some really bad matchups. Like, Ornn is considered a losing lane matchup into K'Sante. He is a losing matchup into Gnar. I don't think he does amazing into some of the bruisers that exist. So teams don't like to blind pick him. And then there's also other issues, like teams think that if you go Ornn, then he's like really bad into like Trundle, for example. Like you can play Trundle and Ornn and you feel pretty happy. I do think that Ornn is underrated. I think that orange should be picked way more. Is Camille viable against orange? She used to have a magic shield. I don't know. I haven't seen that matchup in a while. I generally think that Camille is actually not that good in the tanks. Because true damage is bad against tanks. I mean, like, Camille's good into some tanks. Like, she's... Like, I feel like I remember at some... Maybe it's not true anymore, but I feel like I remember her being good against Cassante at some point, because Cassante, like, makes himself squishy with his ult. But maybe that's not a thing anymore. Maybe there have been too many changes. Oh, is Camille viable against Rumble? I don't know. Maybe you'd have to like go exhaust. I wonder if like if you could play it if you took exhaust in a Rumble. No idea. That's a matchup that I haven't seen enough and that I like don't have knowledge on. But like there used to be a Gwen setup that you could go against Rumble, where you could go like teleport exhaust on Gwen, or was it flash exhaust? I don't remember. I don't remember if it was flash exhaust or teleport exhaust. But you would go. I think it was teleport exhaust. But you would go exhaust on Gwen into Rumble, and then the lane became playable. So maybe you could do something similar with Camille. Last year, Ornn was used to counterpick Rumble. Yep, it was, because it is a good matchup for the Ornn. And then Ornn is more useful later than Rumble is. Gwen early got Giga nerfed. It did, but then they reverted like a year's worth of changes on her, so I kind of have no idea where she sits now. Like, I think Gwen jungle is broken as shit. I think that team should be picking way more Gwen jungle. But they're just not. Because pro play is still super attached to the idea of AD fighter junglers. Nice Yone ult from Hongsuo. This is not the first time Hongsuo has played Yone, and he's done really well every time. Maybe teams just have to consider that you can never blind pick Azir into this guy without... Honestly, you just can never pick Azir into this guy because he's also good at Akali. Kind of weird how Gwen got Dusk and Dawn and yet no one in pro play did anything. Yep. I think there are a lot of AP junglers that are playable right now. Playable or really strong right now, and just none of them are being played except for like Volibear's been played a couple of times. That was really nice from Hongsuo. This guy's cracked at Yone. I would like to see Deep Cross at first stand. That would be really fun. I think I've said this before, but if Deep Cross, Secret Whales, or CFO make it to first stand, I'm down. But if any of the other teams make it, then I'll be sad.
Và quan trọng là ta có gươm si vong. Cái gươm si vong này sẽ là cái gươm si vong nó khiến cho Kenny mới được gặp vấn đề.
But of the three, I think I want to see Deep Cross. I want to see how, like, I think Pop 9 will run it down internationally, and Xiaoxi's already kind of a known quantity. I've watched Xiaoxi play for like 5 years at this point, but I'm really curious to see how Florian, Hongsuo, and Feng match up against international competition. I think they're the type of players who could actually make it work. I wouldn't be surprised if they can keep up. Gwen is disgusting as long as Nami keeps being high prio. You should tell my jungler that. My jungler is like a huge believer that you can't play Gwen unless you have setup, which I don't agree with. But yeah, my team will never play Gwen without an engage. So, oh my god, the Hongsuo is fucking... Hongsuo is the GOAT. It is what it is.
từ đầu đến cuối. Mưa tên lửa
Wrap it up.
tiếp tục biến làm từ hồng xôi ta tìm kiếm tất cả mọi người của GAM. Mồ mất chơi có máu rồi.
Yeah, my team will never lock in Gwen unless we have like a fucking Nautilus or some shit.
là người cuối cùng còn sống. Nhưng Deep Cross Gaming họ có 4 điểm ở cùng với sứ giả. Một cú đạp bật tuyệt vời.
You know, Pop 9 does have one thing though. In my opinion, Pop 9 is the current best Amumu player in the world. He has not played it yet in 2026. But I promise you, he's got it in his pocket, and if he locks it in, he will be the GOAT. Like if we ever see a game where like Fung has like a good misfortune angle and the jungle matchup is good and Pop 9 locks in a Mumu, he will smurf. Remember Keen playing Gwen and popping off with her? Well, Keen has always been the GOAT at Gwen. Well, he's not the GOAT at Gwen. The GOAT at Gwen is Breathe, but Keen has always been a very good Gwen. Like, it was one of his most played in Split 2 of last year, I think. Like, 2025 Split 2, his 2 most played champions were, like, Jason Gwen. Imagine a Mumu being the catalyst for the return of AB Jungle. Yeah, imagine Pop 9 goes to first stand, and he just wins, like, a shit ton of games on a Mumu jungle. And then people start being like, the only way we can beat this Amumu is if we counterpick his Amumu with Lilia. And then that starts the reign of AP junglers coming back.
Và ở trong giai đoạn này Kenny lại càng khó khăn hơn khi mà cái khả năng kiểm soát tầm nhìn đến từ bên của DFM ở trong giai đoạn hiện tại là rất yếu.
Which, by the way, I don't even think that Lilia is like a hard counter to Amumu. If Amumu takes Conqueror, he can actually 1v1 Lilia on certain timers in early game, and like you can make the early game playable. Like level 4, for example. Level 4 Amumu with Conqueror beats Lilia in a 1v1. If you can like Q inside of her Qs, you can win. Conqueror Amumu shits on most things early game. Yup. But the reason why Lilia is considered a counter into Amumu is because Lilia players can like run circles around Amumu. But I think that's most of the time because like Amumu players like to go aftershock and shit, and then they just get run over.
Và chắc là sẽ hướng tới việc lên bình minh và hoàng hôn ở món trận thứ 3 thôi. Cái lực sát thương bây giờ là cực kỳ nhiều đến từ hồng xua nha. Cái gì mà 19 phút con zone vác ra 2 đồ lớn nổ tự thủ cùng với đó là một cái vô.
But yeah, keep an eye out. You all were here when I said it. Pop 9 and Amumu. Don't be surprised when you see it. We might not see it until like Split 3, but I want to see it at least once.
Chính như vậy mà anh ta phải lên nọ tự thủ để có thể giảm đi cái tỷ lệ chết của mình ở trong tốc độ quá là nhanh đấy. Chứ nếu không là chắc là hồng xua bây giờ là Kenny không dám nhìn mặt luôn, không dám nghía cho dù là một cú liếc nhẹ và bắt buộc
Manifesting Amumu for next game.
Tại vì đồ giáp anh ta thì ít mà đồ kháng phép của anh ta thì nhiều. Nó khiến cho nếu như có thấy đảo đường như thế này thì
yeah, give me the misfortune Amumu, please. Amumu jungle misfortune bot, give me it. I want it so badly. But like, why is Hongsuo just the fucking greatest Yone ulter of all time? Why does he find like 50 10-man ults every time he picks it? I mean, like, he low-key baited his entire team by hitting it, but like, this guy, he just like, he finds 3-man ults at will.
Họ sẵn sàng pha ở cái trụ thứ hai khu vực đường dưới mà chả quan tâm lắm rồi, đối phương vẫn có trang bị, vẫn có những nguồn sát thương. Và vừa rồi Hồng Xua mặc dù đã có cố gắng đấy nhưng cái đội tự thủ nó không đủ để cứu được anh ta ở trong nhiều đó. Cuối cùng thì anh ta cũng nằm xuống.
He looked really cool. Yeah, if he like ulted and then instant cast his E, he could have lived and then it probably would have been a positive play. He doubted his ults with Rumble, my bad, yeah. Yeah, you better take that shit back. Yone's good setup for Rumble, I done told you.
Chúng ta cùng xem lại tình huống replay này. Một pha thi đấu mà bất ngờ của Momo. Tiếp tục là một tình huống thần khiếu combo thành công hai người nhưng anh ta không còn tốc biến, không còn chơi không máu.
Like, oh, that's a juicy Yone ult. If only he recasted his E right here, it would have been so nice. But he got one shot under tower. Sad.
Vừa rồi trụ bắn đau quá. Trụ càng bắn càng đau mà. Nên là các thành viên của Deep Cross Gaming họ nằm xuống từng người một. Và Phong ở trong tình huống cuối cùng anh ta né được cái tên lửa của đối phương nhưng anh ta cũng phải nằm xuống bởi phát bắn từ trụ.
Và lại một lần nữa các thành viên của Deep Cross Gaming họ lại muốn bắt Momo để có thể có được thêm màn hạ gục nữa, nhưng tiếc tầm này Momo là ví trả sâu ở trong nhiệt độ vừa rồi và khi mà họ đã lao vào quá sâu thì họ phải trả giá. Họ phải trả toàn bộ những gì mà họ đã nợ máu với lại Momo ở thời điểm trước đó. Chính vì vậy mà các thành viên của Deep Cross Gaming ở trong nhịp độ đấy thì ít nhất là
Did that Kai'Sa just cancel like 2 autos?
chắc chắn 4,6k tiền.
In Kai'Sa's defense, it wouldn't have fucking mattered. Like, the Corgi was gonna kill everybody there no matter what. Maybe if Pop9 committed to fighting with them, they could have killed the Corgi, but that's like really risky.
Còn với Hồng Xua thì cũng sắp đủ tiền mua cho mình cái vô cực trên người. Nên là cái ngưỡng sức mạnh của
Nico disguising as Panth while Panth was ulting in really fucked with my head. Well, apparently it fucked with Hogsua's head also.
Của DFM, các cun đang là cái hy vọng cuối cùng khi anh ta có được một màn shutdown của Vâng.
Nhưng mà tôi cảm giác là Capcom hơi mệt nha. Phân 3 món mà bây giờ anh ta kích nội tại rất lẹ, móc diệt thủy quái, bình minh hoàng hôn, là lượng sát thương của anh ta nó sẽ rất là khủng khiếp. Anh ta sẽ kích nội tại liên tục và từ đó sẽ khiến cho bên phía của DFM đã khó, nay càng khó hơn theo thời gian. Mà chưa kể đấy Capcom còn thua một đồ nữa chứ. Chính vấn đề này sẽ khiến cho DFM sẽ cần phải cân nhắc rất kỹ để có thể có những nhịp giao tranh. Để ít nhất nhá là họ sẽ tìm được cái thế đổi người mà không bị lỗ quá. Chứ bây giờ đánh nhau họ đánh không lại. Đoạt mệnh của Hông Xua mà cứ trúng như người như thế này thì tôi cảm giác là lượng.
How does Gang still have a job? Doesn't he still have a job because he's like
hơi mệt thật sự.
Và đang có những cú binh đến từ Deep Cross Gaming để có thể ăn Baron.
been with DFM on and off for over half a decade now. So the team probably just likes him.
Thì nó hơi nguy hiểm một chút bởi vì khả năng trừng phạt đến từ Compatium là có. Dịch chuyển để đầu tư đến từ AZ trong tay của Kini, họ đang muốn đẩy nhanh cái đường giữa này để có thể kiểm soát xung quanh những mục tiêu lớn sắp ra.
Also because of import slots.
Không đánh được. Thế này khó. Ui, Bob này làm quả hay quá. Anh ta đờ trúng Capcom này, Capcom mệt nhá. Bob này bị phát hiện.
Anh ta bị bắn, anh ta mất hơi nhiều máu ở đây. Đoạt mình lao.
Oh my god, he did it again. Hongsuo hit a massive ult again.
Nhưng Phân châu quá, anh ta còn lá chắn trên của mình. Mưa tên lửa rải vào, Phân đã đẩy được CLC ra nhưng bên này quá lẻ loi đến từ Momo. Anh ta một bình cân 2, Phân một bình cân 3 nhưng anh ta còn sống. Còn bên kia Momo.
What do you think about the Dusk and Dawn Kai'Sa build? I think it's good. I've seen it before. I'm a believer that Dusk and Dawn Kai'Sa can be good.
Bản lề dành cho bên phía của Deep Cross Gaming.
Và Gang đang là người phải bỏ giày. Bob này đang cách bạn gục đúng một nắm đấm nữa và ta đấm được thành công trong nhịp độ đó. 16-9 dành cho bên phía của Deep Cross Gaming và quan trọng hết lại một lần nữa Hông Xua lại có một pha đạt bền cực đẹp. Rồi xong rồi.
Unfortunately, Rumble was late with the ult. You say unfortunately as if DFM didn't get aced.
Anh ta phải đợi
Like unfortunately Deep Cross 5 for them. Unlucky. Maybe they'll do better next time.
Đó là con Poro này nữa, 8,2k tiền chênh lệch và quan trọng hơn hết là sức mạnh về mặt khoảng cách trang bị đến từ Deep Cross Gaming nó đang lớn hơn bao giờ hết.
Tôi nghĩ là trận đấu này thực sự là khó dành cho bên phía của DFM rồi. Khi
nó có cái mùi là sắp sửa kết thúc rồi đấy với cái lợi thế như thế này.
Does Dusk and Dawn stack Rageblade passive? I have no idea. Honestly, I feel like there's a lot of things about Dusk and Dawn I don't know about. Like, there's a lot of interactions that I yeah, a lot of interactions I don't know about.
Anh ta tiếp tục chết chay, còn với Peng bên kia anh ta vẫn có thể về được thành công. Khi mà Kini đang xỉa, anh ta bật giáp tay sector để tránh việc bị dồn sát thương bởi Kamikaze.
It's so confusing. I was playing Dusk and Dawn Varus the other day, and I swear that item, like, for the first time I built it, that item brain boggled me. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing with it.
Đi lần thứ mấy đây? Lần thứ 5 ở trong ván đấu này. Và Momo lại một lần nữa bị thanh toán bởi 3-4 thành viên của đối phương và ta nằm xuống lần thứ 5 trong ván đấu. Quá khó cho Momo khi gặp quá nhiều những lượng sát thương tổng hợp đến từ bên phía của Deep Cross Gaming. Sát thương phép cũng nhiều, mà sát thương vật lý của họ cũng quá nhiều theo thời gian.
Hông Xua đường dưới sẽ có thêm cho mình cái trụ đường dưới này. Và cái lợi thế đang là quá lớn dành cho Deep Cross Gaming. Tôi nghĩ họ có thể endgame được nếu như họ làm.
Do you think Dusk and Dawn would give Zehen more stacks of his passive?
Có Baron trên người của mình. Cơ hội endgame là có nha. Và một mình
Or is that not how that works?
Của DFM ra khỏi trụ đường dưới này chắc chắn sẽ có 2 cử nhất dành cho Deep Cross Gaming. 10 giây nữa thì Momo mới hồi sinh. Đây sẽ là tình huống đánh hơn người dành cho Deep Cross Gaming, họ đang muốn tràn vào.
They changed the way Conqueror works for Azir. How does it work now? How did it work before and how does it work now? I feel like I never see people going Conqueror on that champion. I see Fleet and I see Lethal Tempo and I see Hell of Blades, that's it.
Đây, này diễn tới luôn à.
So hands passes on damage distance, so sad.
Phải hạ gục được Hồng Xua bằng mọi giá, nhưng mà Hồng Xua vẫn đang chém cũng vẫn đang bước tới với cư 10k thì mà Hồng Xua đang bật kỹ đang ngang thớt.
Okay. Hong Suo's gaming, holy shit.
Đó là một lượng giáp ảo cực kỳ cùng cái Hồng Xua đang tiếp tục chém tiếp. Anh ta đang hồi phục quá kinh khủng cơn mưa về.
Holy, give him player of the game.
Anh ta đang muốn hạ gục đối phương nhưng tiên trên kích mang lại cho Vân Đức một kill và Hồng Xua còn sống mà anh ta còn quay trở lại để end game nữa chứ.
Is Hong Suo just LCP closer? That's the vibes that he's giving me, is LCP closer based on his champion pool.
Xong game rồi.
Quét sạch lần này dành cho Deep Cross Gaming cũng là chiến thắng ở trong ván thi đấu đầu tiên hủy diệt dành cho Relove Deep Cross Gaming.
Hong Suo đang đứng trước cơ hội sẽ trở thành player.
Hand soldier autos were still counted as ranged autos instead of an ability. Now they give ability stacks. Oh, so Azir just, his W just gives him twice as many stacks as they did before? That could like actually be good, maybe. I don't know, is it ever worth taking it over lethal tempo?
Trước cái khả năng tấn công tới Hong Suo với con bài Yone.
Một ván đấu hủy diệt đến từ Deep Cross Gaming và sự tỏa sáng của Hồng Xua.
I don't know, maybe it could be like an angle where you can stack Conqueror and then go in for like a higher damage ultimate or some shit.
Đúng là như vậy, đó là một màn trình diễn cực kỳ tuyệt vời.
I don't know. Well, clean game from Deep Cross. That was really nice.
Thì họ sẽ tự tin rằng ván tối hai họ có thể làm được điều tương tự. Còn bây giờ
Hong Suo's Yone, always a pleasure to watch. Last two Deep Cross series, including these, have been very convincing. Yeah, I feel like I've been saying that I think Deep Cross is going to ramp up and be really good, but they're ramping up significantly faster than I thought they were. I thought that they were going to finish this split in 5th, but they're on pace to finish it like 1st or 2nd.
Với cái đội hình của Deep Cross Gaming họ pick ấy, thì câu chuyện đi đường.
Who did they play last series? They played CFO. They 2-1 to CFO in their last series.
Nhưng mà họ đã vượt qua cái giai đoạn đi đường đó rất là dễ dàng. Và tới cái pha giao tranh á, thì các carry của họ luôn là những người có được cái điểm hạ gục tốt. Không hiểu là làm cái cách nào đó các carry đều là người lái được. Từ đó cái việc mà Phân cùng với cả Hong Suo vượt qua được cái giai đoạn gọi là tuổi thơ hơi cơ cực ở giai đoạn đi đường khá là ổn. Ở cái thời điểm mà chúng ta nhìn thấy con Yone 3 mạng nó gáp được 1k mấy tiền so với con Azir là thấy phiền rồi đấy. Tại vì cái điểm yếu nhất của cái đội hình sở hữu Azir Casante đối đầu với Rumble Yone đó là không thể nào bạn chia người mà đi đường đơn.
Alright, let's see what other rounds there are. Well, hey, on the Sidro train, this one was really nice. This one was for a different category. It's for the producer category. And basically the way that the producer category works is that you're allowed to have one other device in addition to the loop station. But everything is still in real time. Everything is, like, nothing is pre-recorded still. Oh, wait, you know what? Honestly, I'm pretty sure that the German championships are not on the Swiss Beatbox channel. Oh, they're not. Shit. Okay, wait, I can actually just show you him performing this live. That's fire. Okay, I get to show off a live loop station performance for once. Okay, here it is. Should be this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, die letzte Runde, die letzte Antwort dieses Finales. Seid ihr am Start?
This is the German Championships 2023.
Okay, dann geht's los. Psycho in 3, 2, 1,
Because when he did this routine live, it fucking hit like a truck. In my opinion.
Vision full of pain, I don't know what it means. This guilty feeling haunting me inside my dreams. Sometimes I feel like I'm going numb, because I feel the monster I become.
Time's ready. Let's sing out. Let's begin.
Yo, Griffin! Thanks for the raid of 372. We're watching a loop station battle right now in between games. Oh my god, wait, Griffin. If you don't leave instantly, I have a question for you, actually. After this round ends in like 30 seconds. Got to go to sleep, I can't quick. Alright, so this is the question I have to ask you. Because I noticed that you rushed Profane on Mbessa. So the item, so I was an Mbessa jungle one trick in 2025, split 3, I think. Like I only played Mbessa jungle and solo queue. And the item that I always rushed in jungle, because I like also agree that Eclipse Rush doesn't really do that much for you, because like she doesn't really have great she doesn't make use of the trade patterns because she's more of like an all-in champ when you're in jungle. So the item that I was rushing was Ravenous Hydra. I thought that I was getting a lot of value off of Rav because of the, like, you would just like have so much sustain with the extra lifesteal. And then like the only downside of the item was that, well, there were two downsides. Like it didn't give you health, so you could get one shot, and it's really expensive, so it took you a while to get online. But like when I was like 3-4 items with Ravenous Hydra, I felt like I was like genuinely fucking unkillable, because I would just have so much sustain in fights. Like if I could go like Rav Cyclosword or Rav Shojin and then like Ma third or Death Stance third or something, I felt actually unkillable. And then like Spirit Visage fourth. So I don't know. What do you think of the rush item? Does that sound like something that seems reasonable, or am I overcooking with it?
Vẫn còn đang mạnh ở trên meta.
Try it out. It sounds hard in comp.
Ván đầu tiên thì
You like try it in solo queue. Just see how it feels, because like I feel like it felt so good, because like it gives her all stats that she wants. Like it's attack damage, ability haste, and lifesteal, and all three of those stats are like super turbo on her if she can get them. Oh, if you think about Profane, because it spikes fast, and early with cashback gets 2 as fast. That actually was because Profane and Cyclosword both build out of Brutalizer, so I was curious about that. Like what you thought the value was with Profane over Cyclosword. Because I've always felt like Cyclosword was like felt really good on her. But is it just like because Profane is cheaper? Is that the main draw?
Cho nên là tôi không phải mặc áo lạnh. Cho nên là tôi phải sắm đồ mới. Có Tết là những cái vùng lạnh.
And also, I kind of have a similar issue with Sunder Sky as I do with Eclipse. Is I feel like Sunder Sky is a really nice top lane item. Because it makes your trade patterns, like your short trade patterns, feel really nice, but I never really felt like I got a lot of value out of it when I was going jungle. I always preferred Shojin in jungle because I feel like she heals more from like ability damage from her ult passive. But yeah, I agree that like the Tiamat gives you faster clear, but that's why I liked going Rav. I never really tried Profane. I guess I always assumed that going Profane would make me too squishy.
Tháng 1 là mưa nhiều lắm.
Đợt đấy khá là lạnh rồi kết hợp với mưa nữa. Mà mưa nó không hề bé. Cho nên đợt đấy là một cái Tết mà thuần ở nhà cắn hạt dưa.
Thôi thì năm nay nếu mà thời tiết có không đẹp thì anh cũng có một cái bộ môn khác cho anh có thể chơi được ở nhà. Chơi 5-6 tiếng.
But yeah, I was like, all of my community knows that I played a lot of Ravenous Hydra and Bessa, and I've been like trying to preach it, so when I started telling them that you were kind of like the tier 1 pro play and Bessa jungle guy last year, everybody was telling me they were like try to get him on Ravenous Hydra and Bessa, see if he'll play it. Like see, like have the person who's actually good at Bessa jungle figure out if it's dog shit or not.
Đồng ý. Tôi cũng cảm thấy rằng cả năm chúng ta cũng phải chinh chiến ở ngoài, đúng không? Thậm chí là ở một cái kiếm sống ở thành phố khác thì chúng ta cũng không có quá nhiều thời gian để có thể dành thời gian cho gia đình, lắng nghe câu chuyện của người thân của mình. Hay
Is that Fly Griffin? Yes, this is Fly Griffin. Also, Griffin is the certified only pro player who has ever said anything in my streams. So because of that, we're all Griffin fans.
Tới cái độ tuổi của chúng tôi thì chúng tôi đều lên chức cả rồi, không lên chức ba mẹ thì cũng lên chức cô chú.
Cô chí anh chủ.
But yeah, who knows, Griffin? Maybe I'll
nghe nhạc không lớn lên,
force you to have an interview with me or something after an LCS match, and I can just like ask you a bunch of questions about Bessa jungle, and then nobody will gain any value from the conversation other than you and me. Or you tried Shojin and SS, but am I stupid? What is SS? Oh, Sundered Sky. Oh yeah. Wait, no, I'm literally just stupid. You can ignore me. Sundered Sky seems better. I had a hard time auto-attacking multiple champions in teamfights, is kind of what I felt like. Like, I always feel like whenever I play Bessa jungle, I'm doing a lot of focusing down one person with like all of my damage, and then moving on to the next person, like one person at a time. And I never felt like I was able to auto-attack multiple people in a fight with Sundered Sky to like get value from the healing, or otherwise I just wouldn't actually kill anyone. Might be a skill issue, yeah, true.
Javan tiếp tục bị cấm, có nghĩa là bên phía của DFM hoàn toàn có thể đánh những vị tướng đường giữa và đường dưới thiếu cơ động. Còn Rumble.
But like at the very least, the way that I would play Bessa jungle and solo queue is that I would do a lot of kill the target who I ulted, like burn everything on the target who I ulted to kill them, and then kind of like try to tackle targets one at a time.
Đấy, Rai cấm rồi.
Mình có ghi lại, học sinh giỏi.
Maybe it's different in comp because
Tạm á, tại vì mình không giỏi cho nên là mình phải
in solo queue I kind of have to do all of the damage to kill somebody, whereas in comp it's maybe more organized and like everybody's focusing to target who the invest ults, and so you have like more freedom to hit other people.
Không còn Alistar rồi. Nautilus đâu?
Cũng không còn Nico, con kẹp đẹp nhất với Varus là Nautilus.
Nautilus à? Hết rồi.
Con đẹp nhất là Nautilus, thực ra là vẫn còn vài con kiểu như là
Tầm tạm.
Rakan hay là gì đó. CV được chọn
I'm
sớm.
gonna go to sleep. Alright, good night Griffin, thanks for the raid, I really appreciate it. Alright, hey, this is a similar situation to the last series. DFM first picked Varus, and Deepcross immediately answered Sivir, which is supposed to be really good into Varus. But it's the same issue. If DFM have the ability to flex Varus top, then this now forces Deepcross into a position where they either have to blind pick a top laner that is good into Varus top, or they have to push their top lane pick all the way to 5, because the Varus can get his way out of the Sivir matchup if he flexes top or mid, and then you can counterpick the Sivir with like a scaling champion. So yeah, for this reason I'm usually not big on like early picking Varus with Sivir up. I always think it's pretty scary because, or sorry, no, if you're the Varus team, I think it's great to first pick Varus, and then if you're not the Varus team, I think it's scary to early pick Sivir against the Varus, because like you never know if you're actually going to be guaranteed that matchup or not. But it's like if it is guaranteed Varus bot, then you're very happy to counterpick Varus with Sivir. I think it's almost always good. But yeah, I mean, this is pretty much the exact situation that we saw, is that there is a world where DFM could put the Varus top into the Ambessa, and then you would win lane, and then the Varus might struggle on side lane later. But you could put the Varus top to win lane against the Ambessa, get the Varus out of the Sivir matchup, and then you could play a better bot laner into the Sivir. Like you could potentially, for example, you could maybe go like, I don't know, Zeri Rakan, and then like Zeri has the ability to disengage from the Nocturne, she can handshake scaling with the Sivir, then you have like the Rakan where you can pair with the Wukong engage, and then maybe you don't feel like you have like a huge frontline issue with the Varus top, and then you just hope that because Varus top is fucking turbo shit-faced broken right now, that you just find enough value out of the pick that it's okay that you don't have a frontline. Like, that could be an option. That's like the main reason why I'm not a big fan of the Sivir answer into Varus instantly. But most likely what's going to happen is this Varus is just going to go bot and Sivir's going to have a happy time. If Hongsvo is a good Akali, isn't there an argument for banning Varus and giving Ori instead? There is. I think the scary thing about it is that Ori has two really good combos left, which are Wukong and Nocturne, which we're both seeing in this game, and so it might be scary to give over Ori because you can only pick away one of Wukong or Nocturne, and then DFM will end up with the other one, and then they have like a really strong team fighting mid-jungle. I could see potentially being scared of playing against that. Okay, rel pick doesn't seem bad. Enemy team has a lot of dive right now. And then last pick. What top laners are up that you'd pick into Ambessa? Rek'Sai could make sense, yeah. Honestly, this could be like a decent Jax angle. Okay, they're just gonna go with the Rek'Sai. Yeah, Rek'Sai's fine. It's a winning lane into Ambessa. Actually, is it even a winning lane into Ambessa anymore? I don't know if it is, because they nerfed Rek'Sai's laning after Worlds, so maybe it's like not even like a super turbo counter anymore. And yeah, honestly, Milio wouldn't be horrible here. Karma's fine. You're just playing to turbo stomp Varus in bot lane, basically. This is like Deep Cross want permanent bot lane push all game.
Bây giờ là công cụ để lao vào đến từ Deep
But like actually like the Milio hover wasn't terrible.
Hình của họ công có, thủ có.
I think that Milio is very good into champions like Wukong and Rek'Sai who have these engage tools where they want to engage at you by running or dashing directly at you. I think that Milio is very good at making those champions suffer a lot. Like, I fucking hate playing Wukong in the Milio. It's one of my least favorite matchups. I feel like I can imagine that like Rek'Sai would be similarly not fun to play against Milio. So I could see the angle to pick it, because you're gonna win bot lane pretty much no matter what you pick. And by picking Karma, you're just kind of like winning more. You're just trying to double down and really shit on the Varus. Like, the Varus is going to have a miserable time this game, unless he gets like crazy amounts of jungle attention.
Anh ta carry những người đồng đội của mình bằng con bài đó chính là Zone. Nhưng ở trong ván thi đấu thứ hai này, anh ta quyết định lùi lại phía sau, bích cho mình Galio và hỗ trợ cho đồng đội. Thì liệu Deep Cross Gaming có thể có một chiến thắng 2-0?
Man, if Pop9 just ran it down a little bit less, I feel like I would really like Deep Cross. I like the way that they draft. I think that they have like a lot of potential as a team, but it's just like, man, it really hurts watching Pop9 just like make game-losing mistakes every single game. Mr. Streamer, are you the guy who made the Aphelios gun rotation video? That's me, yep.
Thắng trận này đứng nhất luôn đấy. Nó sẽ giúp cho Deep Cross Gaming cực kỳ tự tin và vẫn sẽ tiếp tục thống trị trên bảng xếp hạng của chính bản thân mình.
Mặc dù là chú ngựa ô ở tại giải đấu LCP 2026
Good video, thank you.
nhưng chúng ta đang thấy được Deep Cross Gaming họ đang là một trong
I do kind of think it's crazy that, like, I wonder who started it. Who's to blame for claiming that taking blue-white is worth it? Because when Aiming did it, and Kakun did it, and Marble did it, I just figured it was like a series of freak mistakes. But it's like now, like half the pro players do it consistently. So it has to be viewed as a good gun rotation, but like, who came up with it? Because that's probably what happened, is that there's like probably like one Aphelios challenger player who came up with the rotation and thinks it's really good. But like, I don't know, I hate it. I hate it so much. I need to know what challenger player / streamer I'm waging the proxy war against. But yeah, assuming these matchups all play out as expected, it should be Rek'Sai pushes in Mbessa, Aurora pushes in Galio, Sivir Karma pushes in the Varus. And then later on, it's kind of like Deep Cross have a shit ton of dive, so theoretically it should be very hard to play Varus in this game. And then if the Varus dies, DFM might have a little bit of a damage issue. Honestly, I think DFM's comp just has a damage issue, period. Like, Wukong and Aurora can do damage, but their damage is like very dependent on them kind of like landing all of their abilities. So I think it'd be really hard to play Varus this game, so the main thing is just, is the Renata actually enough? Is Renata's ultimate and her W enough to disengage all of the dive that Deep Cross have? And honestly, I'm not super confident in it. I think I like Deep Cross's comp more. All of the top tier ADCs seem to be doing the blue-green into blue-red later. There are only a couple of people who do that. There's a lot of them who only do green, blue, purple, red, white all game, and then there are some who are still doing the green, purple, blue, red, white all game. And then there's a lot of AD carries who are doing blue-white rotations, where they're either sacrificing red-white by they're going like this like red, blue, white build, or they're sacrificing green, white, and they're going like red, white, blue, green is the rotation that I've seen a fair amount. But like, I don't know. I just don't think it could be worth it to give up either. Maybe it was just a crackhead post that gained traction. Usually pro players don't care about one-off crackhead posts though.
thì Hông Xuân vẫn sẽ chiêu thôi. Đây là một kèo thi đấu mà anh ta chắc chắn đã thua ngay từ thời điểm ban đầu rồi.
Anh ta biến về lần đầu anh ta mua cho mình một bình thuốc tái sử dụng và một chút những cái lượng kháng phép trên người của mình. Còn bên kia thì tối hóa lượng sát thương trên người.
But like, wasn't Hayes doing a blue-white rotation? I could have swore that there was a game where Hayes did a blue-white rotation. And then like Hans does green, blue, purple, red, white all game. Dudu does green, blue, purple, red, white all game.
Hỗ trợ cho Pop Nine cướp chừng bãi chim này nhưng đường trên lao vào. Momo không còn nhiều máu nữa, anh ta bắt buộc phải đào hầm để lui về. Còn bãi chim
Aiming's rotation is literally just the fucking default rotation. Aiming goes green, red, purple, blue, white, which is like the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Và như vậy đồng nghĩa việc là Pop Nine vào đời không cướp được bãi chim, nhưng anh ta vẫn đang tiếp tục khiến cho Citrus gặp rất là nhiều những vấn đề ở khu vực cánh này. Một điểm rất hay từ Citrus ở song ván từ đấu đầu tiên và ván từ đấu thứ hai đó là Citrus không để cho bị lọt được những bãi quái rừng vào tay của đối phương. Điều này sẽ giúp cho cái tốc độ lên được cấp độ 6 của Citrus nó vẫn y như những gì mà anh ta mường tượng ra.
But anyways, that's enough talking about Aphelios gun rotations when Aphelios isn't even in the game. We can talk more about the fact that this Sivir is just up 500 gold because this is the most turbo unplayable matchup for Varus ever.
Và anh ta quyết định là phá mắt để hỗ trợ cho GAM và Capcom ít bị áp lực hơn khu vực đường dưới. Không có mắt thì CLC với Phong cũng sẽ cần phải cân nhắc khá là kỹ. Nhưng bởi vì đây chỉ là một ngộ không á, cho nên CLC với Phong không có sợ. Nếu như
Yeah, I mean like on the flip side, the Rex side. Wait, no, the Rex side doesn't even have a lead. Wait, actually, DFM are just cooked.
Giữ chân lại và ngay lập tức thêm một cú chuyện nữa, Citrus là người lỗ máu.
Vẫn là ổn đến từ bộ đôi bên phía.
This Momo guy never wins any lane.
Đường giữa Kini đã có level 6 rồi.
And like I know that he's really new, and so DFM are like taking a chance on like trying to build up his talent and stuff, but I swear he loses every single lane. Doesn't matter if he has a winning matchup or not, or like if it's an even matchup, he's just always down like 1,000 gold every early game.
Kini bị xích lại, ta mất tốc biến để lui về thành công và mất rất nhiều tốc biến, 4 tốc biến đường dưới đến từ DFM.
Và Hông Xua đã thành công ở trong nhịp siêu hùng giáng thế lần đầu tiên của chính bản thân mình. Anh ta là người duy nhất có được cái cấp độ 6 của pha đánh nhau được cánh dưới bóng bổng đỏ. Ở bên phía của Deep Cross Gaming, phía bên kia thật ra cũng có Kenny, nhưng bởi vì Kenny chỉ có thể đứng bước tới và anh ta sử dụng chiêu cuối không thể nào tập hợp cùng với đồng đội của mình nhanh được. Chính vì vậy mà Hông Xua với siêu hùng giáng thế anh ta đã tới nhanh hơn và đó là một cái cú siêu hùng giáng thế giúp cho Hông Xua có được mạng cũng cực kỳ chất lượng để cải thiện vấn đề khu vực đường giữa, nơi mà từ nãy giờ anh ta đang bị bài toán kinh tế gây rất là nhiều sự khó dễ.
Flowden ở đường trên, anh ta sẽ cắm một con mắt ở giữa sông thôi khi mà cái vòng rừng của Citrus đang có mắt nửa trên bản đồ.
I don't know. I'm mostly just interested. I can't talk. I'm mostly just interested to see how much work this Renata can do against this team comp, because there's a lot of engage that Renata can't do shit about. Like I'm kind of thinking about it. What if Deep Cross made Renata the target of the engage instead of the Varus? Because the Ambessa ult is unstoppable and the Nocturne ult is also unstoppable, so if they can kill the Renata, like Renata can't pre-ult the engage, so if she's the target and she dies, then I feel like the rest of DFM's team comp can't do anything about Deep Cross's champions if they're like in their backline. Maybe that could be an angle. But like I am curious if everybody on Deep Cross dove the Varus and the Renata counter-engaged with her ult, if the fight would be salvageable for DFM. I don't actually know. Oh my god, wait, Citrus, bro. Citrus thought that Karma was going to flash over the Dragon Pit wall, so he preemptively W'd over the wall. Nice. Alright. Good job, Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi just mind-controlled Citrus.
Citrus mất cả chiêu cuối, mất cả một tình huống chim mồi có thể dí theo, nhưng đáng lẽ nó sẽ nhiều hơn một con rồng. Và cuối cùng thì nó chỉ là một con rồng khi mà Citrus đã hụt mất cái màn hạ gục vừa rồi.
Well, DFM were supposed to win both of their solo lanes, and now Deep Cross are ahead in all 5 roles. Looks like it's going to be a crisp 2-0.
Và bây giờ con đồng đầu tiên rất may vẫn thuộc về cho bên phía của DFM, nhưng hoang tưởng lao vào ai đây, đó chính là Citrus, một người không có chiêu cuối, không có tốc biến trên của mình, anh ta bị hoang tưởng và còn chim mồi không nào? Câu trả lời là không. Anh ta đã phân chim mồi đây rồi. Chim mồi qua thì gặp Hồng Xua hứng và sẽ là điểm hồng cực dành cho Hồng Xua.
And then that's it. And there's no more LCP for the day. How come the one time that LCP has a 4-game day is when I'm not tired? Like, literally every other day of LCP, I'll be like struggling to keep both of my eyes open, and then there will be like 5 tech pauses, and they'll play 6 games that day, and I'll have to stay up until like 9 in the morning or some shit, and then it's just like, now that I'm actually locked in and could probably stay up for like 4 more hours, just a quick 4 games, just speed running the day. It's planned. LCP is scripted, and it's scripted specifically to make my sleep schedule as bad as possible. What do you think about the Faker AP Galio build versus the tankier Hollow Radiance build? I think Hollow Radiance is very, very strong on Galio, because the way that it works is that when you go phase rush Galio, the like Balmy Cinder passive that Hollow Radiance has counts as one of the stacks you need for phase rush. So you can, on Galio, you can literally just E auto attack somebody and you'll immediately proc phase rush, which is just like very powerful. Or you can like Q auto attack somebody and proc phase rush. So I think that Hollow Radiance is really nice on Galio for that reason. That said, the one downside is that your damage is a little bit lower. So like if your team comp needs damage, then going full AP can be fine. But if your comp doesn't need damage, then Hollow Radiance is going to be best in slot in my opinion.
Bởi vì bộ đôi đường dưới thì còn cho mình tốc hành, còn cho mình hồi máu và khả năng bật săn đuổi là có đến từ Vâng. DFM đang muốn qua đường đối phương đều có thể kiểm soát một chút, nhưng cơ sở của họ là không nhiều khi Hồng Xua đang liên tục di chuyển xuống nửa dưới bản đồ. Đường trên đào hầm lao vào, Flowrun bay nửa cái máu.
Nhưng mà cảm giác bây giờ Momo không thể nào win được ở trong nhiều độ này. Tại Flowrun anh ta đã đầu tư cho cái quyết đao bằng tất cả những gì anh ta có, anh ta không đá sang đôi giày hay cái gì cả. Còn trong khi đó thì Momo có đá sang đôi giày. Điều này đang khiến cho ở trong những nhịp độ trao đổi ở giai đoạn hiện tại Momo không chắc là mình thắng với cái quyết đao đang có trên người đến từ Flowrun.
Because like the other benefits of Hollow Radiance is that, I mean like the other benefits are pretty obvious. Like gives you a shit ton of wave clear, allows you to tank a lot of the damage of mages that you're up against. His damage also scales with magic resist a bit, so like there's a lot of reasons why Hollow Radiance is good in theory. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, 9 out of 10 games I prefer the Hollow Radiance build. Is this Gunblade Varus? Yes, this is the second Gunblade Varus we've seen today. I can excuse it a little bit more this game than last game, I think. But generally, I'm not a massive fan of AP Varus bot because I feel like you don't get like solid enough value out of AP Varus unless you can auto attack, and then so it's the same type of deal as lethality versus on hit, except you're just replacing the on hit with the AP. It's like if you can hit, then you can go AP, but if you can't hit, then you should just go lethality. And in this game, I think it's kind of hard to auto attack against like Imbessa, Nocturne. But it's definitely a lot easier to auto attack in this Varus game than it was in the last Varus game, so like I can at least like see the vision a little bit more.
Có thể vẫn đang gặp một số sự khó khăn nhẹ về lượng chỉ số lính, nhưng cứ giữ cái nhịp farm như thế này là ổn. Từ nãy giờ anh ta đang giữ rất là tốt. Anh ta luôn thua tầm 20 cỡ đấy để giúp cho khoảng cách tiền vẫn luôn được giữ nguyên, còn đường dưới thì không cần bàn. Phân chỉ cần một màn hỗ trợ và mấy lớp thiên.
But I guess like okay, so I know that Gunblade Varus has been a thing and that people do it in solo queue, but the most common solo queue build is Dusk and Dawn into Nashers if you're going AP Varus. So Wukong's actually here to cover the dive. Let's see how this goes. Okay, never mind. Galio was able to get a decent ult and kill anyway. That actually could have been scary. I don't think they were expecting Wukong to be there at all. But yeah, I was trying to think of like what the logic might be for going Gunblade Rush in these games, and I'm wondering if it's just a Sivir thing. Like I wonder if these guys are going Gunblade Varus and then curving into AP specifically because they're against Sivir and they perceive the Omni-Vamp on the item to be really valuable against like Sivir's stray poke damage with her Q and W.
Muốn cạnh tranh mục tiêu lớn, họ phải lò dò ra để có thể cắm mắt. Nhưng chúng ta có thể thấy ở đó không còn công trình. Việc lò dò ra cắm mắt đối với em là cực khó. Pha này chết chắc. Ván này ít nhất phải có một người chết, tại vì không có ai có thể che chắn lẫn nhau khi
Oh man, I feel like that actually could have been a disaster. If Renata's ult was better, I don't think Deep Cross are ready for Wukong to be there. They're really lucky that they got away with the dive that cleanly.
Mất tốc biến đến từ Momo và mất luôn cả cái trục đầu đường trên. Còn ở đường dưới, vâng, anh ta được nuôi từ nãy đến giờ, anh ta được hỗ trợ và dịch chuyển đầu tư đến từ ai đây? Có vẻ như đến từ Momo để chắc chắn rằng mình sẽ có được con rồng thứ hai này. Pop này đã tìm đường vào, không có hoàng tưởng đến từ Pop này. 2000 máu còn lại, Pop này hoảng sợ thành công vào người Citrus. Hồng Xuân mà mình lùa 4 thành viên đối phương ra, giữ được con rồng thành công. Citrus cũng phải nằm xuống. Momo lao mất được một người, đó chính là Hồng Xuân. Hồng Xuân mất tốc biến rồi, một chống còn lại. Chiều cuối lao vào, Hồng Xuân lên bàn điểm số, hoàng tưởng bật lên, tìm kiếm vào xa tù các cùn. Các cùn có cho mình cứu cái nhưng ta vẫn sẽ phải chết cháy.
Alright, well, I mean, like it's just not fightable for DFM because they don't have Renata ult, so they have nothing to stop the dive.
Đào hầm chạy về, CLC đang hứng. CLC mới chỉ level 6 thôi nhà, nhưng anh ta không chế vào người của đối thủ. Cố gắng đào hầm qua được từ bên phía bên kia. Rất quằn đến từ Chico Momo, nhưng Florent tới chơi không có tốc bên trên người của mình, cố gắng né không chế của đối phương, không chế thành công vào người của Florent.
What's your thoughts on Vietnamese, just from the sounding of it from the casters?
Bây giờ thì Momo anh ta còn sống, anh ta quay trở lại, bắt vào người của CLC.
I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that question.
Cố gắng chạy về đến từ CLC, cố gắng câu giờ để cho Pop này tới. Pop này bây giờ mới tới Momo. Anh ta quá
Alright, Momo's just sustaining 10,000 health.
có thể đào hầm nhưng bị xích lại.
Like, are you asking about my thoughts on the language, or are you asking about my thoughts on the race, or are you asking about my thoughts about the cast? Direct side damage, yeah, that is. Titanic Hydra is an item of all time.
Nhưng nó giúp cho DFM không bị thua về chỉ số mục tiêu lớn nhá. 2 con đồng dành cho DFM và quan trọng là vừa rồi họ mới có thêm một sứ giả nữa, giúp cho ít nhất là ván thi đấu này ở giai đoạn.
But yeah, like it would be one thing if Renata's still at ult, because then they would have tools against this dive. But like, as soon as they have an angle to go on the Varus, they just fucking go, and Varus can't do shit. Like nobody on the team can do shit against this. Mental language, like how French is widely considered romantic. I think, I guess if I had to say something about the Vietnamese language, it's a very like choppy sounding language. Like it's like all the sounds are very like they're all very distinct. Like it sounds like they enunciate all of the words they say incredibly clearly. It's also like they speak in like bursts, like in a lot shorter bursts than other languages I've heard. Or I guess a better way to describe it is that they don't stall on vowels very long. Like in the English language, for example, English stalls on vowels for a fairly long time. Like if somebody speaks English and they say Pop 9 or if they say Momo, it's like you can really hear the O's. Like we kind of sit on the O for a while. But in Vietnamese, they say like Pop 9, like the O is really fast. Or like they'll be like Momo, like they'll like speed through all of the vowels extremely fast. And I think it sounds very satisfying. Like it's very, every single time I hear a Vietnamese caster say Pop 9, it does something for my ears in a positive way.
Cuối cùng thì Vân cũng đã có thể về được, nhưng cái giá phải trả đó là 3 thành viên của Deep Cross Gaming ở trong nhịp độ họ lại một lần nữa muốn tìm kiếm và hạ gục được Momo.
Yeah, I would say at first the Vietnamese language, like it was like kind of odd to listen to, just because it they enunciate words so much differently than what I'm used to. But the language has definitely grown on me. I like listening to it a lot now.
Tôi cứ tưởng là cái dịch chuyển này đến từ Kenny là kiến tạo cho Lauren về đấy chứ, nhưng không. Một chiêu cuối quá tuyệt vời, Momo đã có thể dí theo và khiến cho những người còn lại của Deep Cross Gaming, những người nào
maybe because all Vietnamese words are single syllables. Interesting.
Mặc dù Momo anh ta thua về mặt landing, thế nhưng vào những tình huống giao tranh thì anh ta vẫn đang gánh tốt các thành viên của bên phía DFM. Và nhờ thế thì họ đang gỡ được khá nhiều về mặt tiền, lượng trang bị. CLC bị bắt lại, Hồng Xu cũng là như thế. và thậm chí là họ nhường mạng cho đúng người đấy nha. Thế nên cơ hội để cho DFM lật kèo là còn nguyên ở trong ván thi đấu này.
I do prefer the Vietnamese cast to the Taiwanese cast though, because, well, I guess I should say the Vietnamese broadcast over the Taiwanese broadcast, because even though I can't understand what people are saying in either broadcast, the Vietnamese broadcast actually does stuff in between games. Like they have like an analyst couch. They talk about like post-match stuff. If you watch the Taiwanese broadcast, the game ends, they talk for maybe like 15 seconds, and then it just goes to like a 10-minute ad break. Or not necessarily like an ad break, but it's like a 10-minute in-between game screen that has a timer, which is way worse for a viewing experience than watching people talk about the game and like seeing graphics about the game and stuff.
Đúng là Momo làm tốt thật, nhưng vừa mới khen xong thì anh ta lại là người mắc sai lầm và nó khiến cho DFM họ tan vỡ hoàn toàn, họ mất luôn cả cho mình con rồng này. Mất mạch rồng đến từ bên phía của DFM, còn với Cross Gaming lợi thế 7.000 tiền cách biệt. Thì gỡ kiểu gì đây DFM ơi? Các cun một trận đấu mà anh ta không được chơi game, anh ta luôn luôn bị focus bởi hoang tưởng. Không hoang tưởng thì có hành quyết công khai và siêu dáng thế để flop theo đến từ Hồng Xua. Và đây cũng là con rồng đầu tiên thuộc về cho Cross Gaming kèm theo một cái trụ đường dưới. Và tỷ số về trụ bây giờ đã là 4-0. Chúng ta cùng xem lại từ replay này. Một phát thi đấu của Momo. Ý tưởng là có đấy, nhưng mà anh ta tung hụt và anh ta tiếp tục đào hầm lao vào. Và hơi hừng đến từ Momo. Còn đôi khi mà đối phương bật hoang tưởng thì làm gì còn tầm nhìn cho các thành viên bên phía của DFM.
Would you care about live subs, or does it not really matter? It doesn't really matter. I mostly listen to casts for the vibes. Like, I generally tend to think that I do better analysis on games when I have to like form all of my opinions on my own. Like if I listen to English casters, then I spend half the time being like corrupted by whatever they're saying, or like I spend a lot of the time like disagreeing with what they're saying, and it can like take away from me paying attention to the game. So like whenever there's an option for me to listen to a cast that's not in English, I almost always take it. Like when I watch LPL, I watch the official Chinese broadcast, and when I watch LCK, I watch the official Korean broadcast. And I only watch English if the only official cast's in English, so like LCS or LEC, I watch English. Well, maybe there's a different cast I could watch for LEC, but I actively don't mind listening to the English cast for LCS because there are some LCS casters that I really like. Like I really like Captain Flowers and Azale, for example. So I will go out of my way to listen to them cast.
Và thêm khả năng búp đến từ CLC nữa, nó khiến cho tốc độ di chuyển đến từ Cross Gaming là quá nhanh để khiến cho Capcom mặc dù cố gắng hit ra rồi nhưng anh ta không thể nào có thể sinh tồn được. Và pha Baron này để xem họ sẽ xử lý như thế nào.
9.000 máu còn lại ở Baron này, còn lốc xoáy trên người của mình nhưng không có giữa ai.
But yeah, like for example, LCP does have an English cast, but I just prefer to not watch the broadcast in English. And like the LCP English broadcasters are pretty good. Oh, let's see if DFM could steal this. Okay, they stole the Baron. I don't think it will change anything about the game other than stall it out for another couple minutes maybe.
Hai thế giới được bật lên, Phương đang đứng bên trong, nắm công lý rất thành công. Kenny đang được hỗ trợ, ta cần phải combo và chỗ của Phương chưa, ta combo được, anh ta đã quay trở lại.
Not bad from Kenny, able to snipe the Sivir.
Ở giữa vòng bay của đối phương và Kenny quay trở lại, nó một kill cho Kenny phía bên đây. Lauren, anh ta cũng đã nằm hỏng xuống đấm chết một thành viên của đối phương. Và DFM lời hoàn toàn trong nhiều giao lanh đó.
Wait, did Florin go in and immediately get one shot by the AP Varus RQ? Is that what happened? Because like I saw the Mbessa go in and just assumed she was gonna kill everybody, and then I stared at the Galleon Aurora, but I have to assume that Mbessa literally just got one shot by AP Varus. Here, let me see what happened. Okay, so Citrus gets in, steals the Baron. Renato ult is not great. I'm mostly staring at Mbessa here. I want to see how much damage she took from the Varus ult. Okay, so Varus doesn't even have ult here, so he's... And Mbessa doesn't either. Okay, so they're going to get their ults back around the same time.
vâng nằm xuống. Nhưng Kini bằng một cách thần kỳ
And then, yeah. Okay, yeah, Varus pretty much just one-shots her with Blight Stacks.
Và chính những hạ gục đó nằm trong tay của Kenny để giúp cho bên phía của DFM đã rút.
I still think Deep Cross should win. I feel like Varus will die in almost every team fight where he's focused. That was the idea of AP Varus to come. Well, yeah, I mean, like, that is, in fact, the idea of every AP Varus game. But my issue is that I feel like Varus should not be able to auto-attack in too many situations. That one was a little bit different because the Nocturne ult was used for other stuff and the Ambessa started the fight without ult. Like, she only got her ult mid-fight, so Varus had time to do stuff. But realistically, I think what should happen is that Ambessa, Nocturne, and Galio dive on top of the Varus, and he dies through the Renata ult and through the Renata bailout, and it just doesn't matter. And if those were the conditions of the game, it would be better for him to go lethality, because at least he could poke a little bit before he died. Or he could, like, stand at, like, way farther away to make the engage harder. But what else was I saying? Oh yeah, the LCP, their English broadcast is actually pretty good, I would say. Like, I think the casters are solid casters. So it's not like I mind watching the LCP English broadcast, it's just that I just don't really watch English broadcasts if I can help it. Nocturne quadrikill, okay. I bet you he did like the 4th most damage on his team in that team fight and then just picked up 4 kills somehow. Watched some last year. Aside from the low energy, it was decent. I mean, like, it's lower energy than the Vietnamese cast, because there's a lot of Eastern casters who just get, like, super hype. Like, LPL Chinese cast, or well, I guess Mandarin cast, the LCK Korean cast, and then the LCP Vietnamese cast are always, like, extremely hype. The casters are like popping off the entire time. English casts are pretty much never like that. English casters are like a little bit more low-key because they tend to like try to be more analytical and stuff. So it's just quieter for the most part. But I didn't think that the LCP casters were any less hyped than, or like the LCP English casters, I didn't think they were any less hyped than the average English cast. Aside from like Captain Flowers, who's just a completely different beast.
Nhưng khu vực này giao tranh hành quyết công khai hất tung Momo lên. Momo đang cố gắng chiêu cuối nhưng sau chiêu cuối là cái cửa tự mở ra cho ta khá là cao.
Florin just low-key gave Rek'Sai an out. If Florin had walked up with the rest of his team, then he wouldn't have needed to burn flash to kill the Rek'Sai.
Nhưng mà pha trao đổi này thì DFM thì họ vẫn đang là những người mà có lợi về mặt lượng tiền hơn nha. Họ gỡ được một tiền một chút thôi, chỉ là một chút thôi, tầm khoảng 600 vàng. Còn với Deep Cross Gaming, mọi thứ vẫn đang trong tầm kiểm soát của họ và đặc biệt hơn hết là họ đã câu được rất nhiều tốc biến của đối phương, tốc biến của Momo, tốc biến của Citrus. Thì những tình huống giao tranh tiếp theo của
Also, wait, who even is the English casters now, or who even are the English casters now? Because it used to be Vestion and Blue Panda, but I'm pretty sure Vestion retired. Like he did like one broadcast this year and then retired. So. Oh, they do have some other casters. They have Logan, Pike, and Carrix. Oh wait, weren't Logan and Pike co-streamers last split? Interesting.
Chelsea nằm bởi cái mặt nạ và nó khiến cho bản thân của anh ta tự đưa mình trong tư thế khó. Còn cái dịch chuyển đó thì đây là tình huống mà bên phía của DFM họ đã không có sự phối hợp tốt, họ không đưa cho nhau những thông tin liên lạc ở trong khoảng thời gian 0,5 giây đó Và khi mà Kenny dịch chuyển, Momo lại lướt lên, nó khiến cho DFM tự nhiên lại trong một tình huống giao tranh đáng lẽ phải hơn người thì cuối cùng là bị thiếu người, thiếu đi Kenny.
Let's see what's happening over on YouTube.
Thấy Poro được mở ra, giờ đây Cross Gaming họ đang ăn rất nhanh và họ đang ăn trước khi xin trả tới, tắt đèn để không lấy cho đối phương.
Thank you for your world's video, helped a lot, it's much appreciated. You're welcome. Thank you for enjoying them. Is it possible for any VCS teams to go to first stand? I think it is not out of the realm of possibility for GAM and Vikings to go, although I would be surprised. And I think that Secret Wales, I would not be surprised if Secret Wales went. In my opinion, the teams who I think are the most likely to make it to first stand are Deep Cross, Secret Wales, or CFO, are kind of the three teams that I'm looking at right now. Because GAM and Vikings have been in a bit of a slump. And I don't think Ground Zero and Hawks are good enough to win, like in any world. So yeah, I would say there are 5 teams that could win, and 3 of those teams are Vietnam teams, but of those 3, there's only one who I think has like a decent shot of winning, and the other 2 I'd be surprised. What do you think about the level of LCP now that Hongq and Junjo's gone? The level of LCP is definitely lower at the top. I think that none of these teams are as good as CFO in 2025, but the league also feels a lot more well-rounded. It feels like every team not named DFM is competitive with every other team, which is good for the league. Like the fact that all like the middle of the table and the bottom teams feel better than last year is what I would say.
Nhưng thế trận này vẫn là một thế trận mà bên phía của Cross Gaming họ kiểm soát tốt quá, lúc nào cũng phải dẫn trên 5k tiền, trên 6k tiền.
Anyone else completely unable to hear Briarwold in your new skin, or are you just bad? I don't know. I haven't played against Briar's new skin yet. But yeah, that's it for LCP today. That was really short, just 4 games and we're done. 2-0 from GAM and 2-0 from Deep Cross. What do we got the rest of this week? So tomorrow we have Secret Wales versus Vikings and CFO versus Ground Zero. So these matches are both really important. Secret Wales versus Vikings is really important because Vikings is like a fringe playoffs team right now. So it's important for Vikings to win. So if they lose to Secret Wales, which I'm expecting them to, then they'll kind of be in a 3-horse race with Ground Zero and Hawks about who could be that 7th team out. And then same thing for Ground Zero. Ground Zero's in a really tough spot. I believe they have to win... yeah, so Ground Zero have to win something. They have to either beat CFO or Vikings, because my assumption is that Hawks will beat DFM on Saturday, and so Hawks will be at 3 wins. So it's Vikings and Ground Zero both have to pick up their 3rd win somehow. Which could be really interesting, because if Vikings lose to Secret Wales and Ground Zero lose to CFO, then Ground Zero versus Vikings could, like the very final match of regular season could determine who the last team is to make playoffs, which could be pretty hype. So, yeah. That's that. And,
đa ngôn ngữ luôn. Đây là cái ván thi đấu mà thật sự 30 phút. Nó cũng
yeah, I think I have nothing else.
Nhưng vấn đề là hai bên diễn xiết khá nhiều đấy.
Current best junglers so far based on their performance in 2026.
Bên phía DFM đâu. Bên phía Deep Cross Gaming cũng phải tầm 2-3 đánh, tôi cũng không hiểu lý do tại sao họ đánh.
I think Tarzan is definitely up there. Tarzan has been insane.
Chẳng đi đâu khác. Đánh kiểu này thật sự ấy. Bây giờ Deep Cross Gaming còn một đối thủ nữa là hình như là GAM Esports đúng không? GAM với DCG tôi nhớ không lầm là chưa gặp.
Honestly,
GAM gặp CFO rồi. Đúng. GAM gặp cả
like Shun has been not amazing. Kanavi has not been nearly as good as he was last year so far. Although I don't know how much of that is just HLE's fault stylistically, like if the team just hasn't figured out how they want to play yet. Canyon has not been fantastic. Feels like he's still kind of in the same slump that he was in at the end of 2025. So yeah, the jungle pool is actually maybe underperforming a bit. Maybe it's just Tarzan and Owner, yeah.
kiểu nhìn phức phát luôn.
Although I haven't watched enough of T1, I wouldn't be able to make the call on owner,
Tôi rất là
but
thích Levi đúng rồi, Levi muốn
Tarzan's definitely been
Chứ
very
phải
good
là
still,
lúc để
so I
máu
guess I
là
just have to go with him.
Trông rất men.
Đúng
Đây,
rồi.
kết quả thi đấu ngày thi đấu hôm nay rất tuyệt vời, một trận đấu 2-0, một trận đấu 2-0.
Let's see, do you think any VCS teams can make first stands here? And if the level of LCP is... Oh, I answered that a couple minutes ago. It was, I said,
Này phải làm chứng cho chúng tôi.
Chính xác.
I think
Ngày thi đấu trộm vía là có
GAM and Vikings could make it, but I would be surprised. And I think that the only team in VCS who, like, I would not be surprised if they made it was Secret Whales. I think that, for me, LCP kind of feels like a three-horse race between Deep Cross, CFO, and Secret Whales are the three teams that I think should be favored to win. And then there's a chance that, like, if GAM and Vikings figure their shit out, then maybe they can win too. But yeah, that's what I would say. And then my answer to the other question about is the level of LCP dropping, I said that none of the LCP teams are as good as CFO was last year. But to me, it feels like the middle of the pack teams and the bottom tier teams are all better. So I feel like the level of like 3 through 8 have all increased. Even if Secret Whales is a little bit worse this year than last year, and none of the teams are as good as where CFO was. But yeah, that's all I got. I'm gonna end my stream. I have some other stuff I want to do today, and then also maybe I'll try to go to bed early so that way I can get some more sleep before the double co-stream plus coaching grind starts again over the weekend.